fresh and
All right, welcome back to another episode of Fresh and Buds. I am your host, Tommy Fresh, and you are all of my buds. And today I have a very exciting episode where we're going to talk a lot about Uprising and the cards and their uses in Classic Constructed. And I am joined by a great bud, Bill from Spike Feeders, who came here for Everfest to do the same thing, and he's strapped in and ready to go to do it again on Uprising. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing really well. I was definitely not prepared for what the Everfest set review was going to be when I first went into it. Obviously, I'm super happy with how it turned out, and if this one turns out even half as well, then I think it's still going to be a fantastic time. There's going to be a lot of stuff to talk about. I actually just had my first actual hands-on experience with Uprising cards. I literally just came from my first pre-release of the weekend. So I have fresh, I mean, it makes sense for the podcast, but I have fresh ideas about these cards, and I'm really excited to just talk it through with you, and maybe put some cool ideas on the page that other people haven't thought of before.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's gonna be really cool. But before we get to it, I do want to shout out the Patreon of Fresh and Buds. You guys can check that out. It'll be in the show notes. I just do little bonus apps, and then you can help contribute to some of the content I make, and keeps the mics hot and the lights on, and I appreciate it. And yeah, check it out if you're interested. But
Support my boy Tommy.
yeah,
It's good stuff.
now you did start I had Az on a call not too long ago, right around when you guys started your new podcast, the Living Legends podcast. You want to talk about that a little bit before we get into it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we started up a podcast. We just sort of realized, the three of us collectively, we were looking at the podcast space. There are tons of great podcasters, but there wasn't really one that was, almost like an aggregator where it's like a weekly newspaper, where it's just like, what's the big stuff that's happened. Really, what we try to do at the Living Legends podcast is just to bring up stuff that has happened. Normally, we sort of center it around a general idea. Like we were talking about Commoner, and we were going to be talking about classic battles. I think we're doing that for the next one, but yeah. So the main idea of it is just to be kind of like a one-stop shop for if you want to get a brief overview of like a certain topic or just what's been happening. That's kind of what you can get with us. So if you want, you can come check us out. Our first episode is just about as long as the Everfest preview that Tommy and I did. But yeah, just I like talking. So
Well, all three of you have been on this podcast, and I can't recommend the buds out there to go check out yours. Though I'm sure a lot of them already have, and yeah. I mean, I'm just happy to. Podcasts are the best way to make and consume content, so I'm happy to see more out there. So I've been listening to it myself. The 3 hour one was a it was fun, man. I love a long haul, but yeah, but right now we have a brand new Flesh and Blood set, Uprising, and we're gonna do a constructed review of these cards. I want to do limited, but it's hard to do one or both of them at the same time, and there's a lot of great people out there doing good limited set reviews. So I figured we talk about constructed, especially considering Bill on the Spike Feeders. You guys do a lot of cool gameplay stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you'll be brewing and doing some gauntlets with these heroes as well. And
Yeah, we're already planning on it. These new heroes are sweet. They are really cool.
they are so cool. We're gonna get into it, but before we do, the rating system here at the Fresh and Buds podcast is as follows. So your best cards are gonna be fresh to death. These are your home runs. You want them in the deck, and they're going to perform at the highest level. Next is fresh. They are good, and you want them in your deck. And They're going to be a staple. They're never going to win games per se, but they're going to make your deck hum. And then we have stale. Stale cards are like, oh God, I guess it has to go in my deck because of, just the synergy to kind of butter up the engine as it is, and
like,
also
situational sort of thing. Yeah.
And I think a lot of the stale cards are going to also have like these really cool use cases that won't come up a lot of oftentimes.
Yeah, stale does not mean bad, because there is a fourth level. Sorry for the stale.
Yeah. As someone who's been on the struggle bus many times, I've eaten a lot of stale things, and it's just been perfectly fine. And to round it out, though, rotten is a card you're never going to want to play. God, I hope not. Anyway, but I actually, sometimes I wonder if the meta is like in a good spot if we're all jamming really rotten cards into our decks, but it's like super slow and grindy. But you just need that 3-block.
It'd be like fun, at least, I think. I hope.
So that's our rating system. But without further ado, we're going to just tackle this set. We're going to start from number 000, UPR 000, and then work our way up. Some cards are a little bit more designed to be played limited. We'll talk about them, but we'll probably skip over, going in depth on them. But the first card is very controversial. The gang is getting controversial right now. It is the Fabled Blood of the Drakai. It is a red pitch, legendary. You can only have one in your deck. When you pitch Blood of the Drakai, the next 3 Draconic cards you play this turn cost 1 less. Oh boy.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this one, Bill? Right out the gates.
I mean, as somebody who is a fan of the Fabled rarity as just like stuff for, sort of weird, almost experimental stuff, where it's like you have the Heart of Fjendel. That's like the most expensive cold foil I think that exists in the game, the alpha version at least. And like it's not like a slam dunk. Even if you have the rainbow foil, you don't necessarily want to play it in a deck. It can work in decks, but like it's mostly just for like a cool thing. It's like a collector's piece. And for most of them it's been like that. But for Blood of the Drakai, I think that this maybe does too much. I think that it is the most pushed Fabled that we've seen thus far. And the fact that it technically, like, it's a red card that works if you have it in Dromai, it like also makes an ash and then also discounts your next 3 things. It like technically makes 4 resources if you get all 3 of the discounts. Like, it is just a very efficient card, and even though it doesn't block, like the fact that it's red is like, it matters. The fact that it discounts Draconic cards matters. Like
it's going to perform as a fresh to death, in my opinion, in both Dromai and Fi, the 2 Draconic heroes, which we're going to get to them. But at this point, I've hoped that people have at least read them, but we will be reading them again. This card is very powerful, and I don't know how I feel about the Fabled being this good. Now, the way they are printing Uprising, I believe the rainbow foil is a little bit easier to get than all Fables prior. As far as that's what I read, so that is something worth considering. And also, you only need 1 in a deck.
Yeah,
we will see.
Yeah, I would love to be proven wrong. I would love for this card to actually just be a dud. Like, I would be totally fine with that. But just reading it right now, and especially, as I said, I just came from a pre-release, so I have actually seen Dromai and Fi decks in action. I think that this, like, it checks a lot of boxes that the decks already want to do. And it's just very generically good. So I think it's, like, definitely dangerous that they printed it at this efficient. So yeah, I think, again, it goes without saying, I think this is absolutely a fresh to death. Hoping for rotten. Hopefully this card isn't actually good.
I will say I think it's fresh to death in Dromai. I think it gets a little bit closer to fresh for Fi. And the reason I say that is I think in Fi you're going to be running it as a Cheerios deck. most of
Yeah,
the
a
time.
lot of the good ninja cards cost zero. Like
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that in there's probably a way to build Fi where realistically most of your resources just like I don't know come from the chest piece, the furnace, which we'll talk about in a bit. But like everything else just costs zero, and then if you need extra resources, you have access to them, but they're not like required.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, Dromai's stuff costs a lot,
Yeah.
especially some of these dragons. Like, so having the discount on multiple things is like a good thing.
Yeah, and I wouldn't
Um,
be surprised at the end of the day that we see Blood of the Drakai in Dromai lists and not in Fi lists.
yeah.
But that being said, it is going to be amazing in Dromai. But speaking of Dromai, let's talk about the new Draconic Illusionist hero, the Dragon Lady, the Dragon Mommy, whatever you want to call her. She is so cool. As a Prism hater, I am ashamed to admit I'm being a little bit turned uh, to the illusionist side of things with the allure of this Dragon Lady, but for
Mhm.
reasons not like a lot of people, I think. I don't care about the dragons. I like the ashes, but let's talk about Dromai. So Dromai
Mm.
Ash Artist is the adult version. It's 4 intellect, 40 health, standard stuff here. 4 and 20 for Blitz. She's a Draconic Illusionist hero. Whenever you pitch a red card, create an Ash token. If you played a red card this turn, dragons you control have go again. So an Ash token is just a token that stands out on the field. I actually don't have it in front of me, but I played a lot of it over the past 2 weeks, and basically, some cards will turn the Ash token into either Ash Wings, or you're going to have Invoke cards, which will turn them into dragons, like these double face
Mhm.
cards, which we'll get to. Um, the either Ash Wings are 1 attack, 1 health, and they have Arcane Barrier, which is very important,
Mhm.
and they are dragons, so um, that's important. And what are your
Yeah.
overall thoughts on Dromai coming out the gates? Not even giving her a rating, because you don't really need to give the hero that much of a rating.
Yeah, because I mean the hero themselves, like we can look at the ability of Dromai and be like, oh yeah, this is like a fresh to death or whatever. But it is really dependent on how good the cards in the set are. Because like she could have the most broken ability of all time, but if she doesn't have any cards that synergize with it, then like, doesn't matter. So it is contextual. But Dromai was actually the deck that I was able to play in my sealed. And I think she's really good. For some reason, like she's really good, but also has a decent amount of variance. This may be just down to the fact that I'm not very good at like sealed deck building and stuff. But I feel like I was playing enough red cards to reliably get stuff off, but sometimes you just don't have them, and like you can't play a red card to give your dragons go again, so you can only attack with one of them instead of your whole horde of them. Or you're not able to create ash tokens because you're not pitching enough. But the turns, like the turns where you have all of the pieces and you put them together properly, Dromai feels like really strong.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to command the dragons and the fact that you can give them all go again. She just has a built-in Luminaris, like you were mentioning that you're a Prism hater. Like they instead of having it be her majestic weapon, they just put it in her text box.
Yep. It's pretty crazy, but I do
Yeah.
think that she will be the most difficult to pilot out of the 3 heroes.
Yes.
But that being said, I think we're going to see some wild Dromai decks
Hmm.
being built, and I would not be surprised to see her at some top tables going forward. But and she's definitely
Absolutely.
going to be an all-star in draft. It's a little bit tougher in sealed because Fi really just comes together so
Yeah.
much
All
easier.
of Fi's attacks and just everything is so efficient.
Yeah.
And you can go wide so fast. And like you work off of Phoenix Flames, which you're able to just have 3 of them. You don't even have to worry about like for Dromai, it feels awkward if you don't get a certain amount of like invoke cards or just things that work with dragons or even just ash tokens in general.
Hmm.
But for Fi, you just have access to your Phoenix Flames immediately. So
Yeah.
it's she's a little bit tougher in sealed, but as a constructed hero, yeah, I think that Dromai is like has really insane potential. I'm really excited to see what people land on.
Yeah. I already started brewing a little bit. Now, do you want to read what her weapon does? It's
Yes, actually,
not too crazy,
um,
but it is important.
It's extremely important. So this was one of the things people had seen Dromai and they're like, oh, so your dragons have go again, but none of the dragons that were spoiled actually had like the ability to attack. Because all the other allies that we had were, I think, just the two legendary ones from Monarch. We were looking at them. It's like, well, they can't attack. Then they revealed Dromai's weapon, Storm of Sandakai, which fixes that right up. So it is her token weapon. It's a two-handed scepter, and it's a draconic illusionist weapon. And it reads, Dragon allies you control have, once per turn action, 0 attack. So, it's interesting that they did it this way, that it like just has to be the weapon. Like, if they print a majestic weapon for her, is it going to be something else? Like, because without the weapon, the dragons can't attack. So it is like absolutely mandatory right now, which since she doesn't have the option, it doesn't super matter. But feels like they were almost like throwing a band-aid on something that they already did. They were like, oh,
Yeah.
we forgot to make these attack.
Yeah, I don't know how. I mean, you'd basically just have to tack on to this text onto any majestic weapon you print for her,
Yeah,
which is
like,
somewhat of a hole to dig for yourself.
yeah.
But this is going to perform at Fresh to Death in the deck.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
It's
you need it.
yeah, I think it's like pretty mandatory. I don't think there's anything else that you could even consider. But yeah, like it makes the strategy work really well, obviously. And even if you can't give your dragons go again, if you don't have the red one, if you don't have a red card to give all your dragons go again with Dromai's ability, you can at least swing in with one of them for free, and like that's still really good. It's still just a free attack, and sometimes it's for a lot. Sometimes it's only for 3, but sometimes you get to attack with one of the bigger guys and deal like 10 sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Storm of Sandakai, really cool. I love the art. A little iffy on this. I think they get a little liberal with throwing two-handed on some of these weapons.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, like that's not a two-handed weapon. She could do that with one hand, but I get it.
I don't
I
know.
get it. Can't.
Maybe
Yeah.
it's like Cloud's sword from Final Fantasy. Like we don't have context here. Maybe it's massive.
um, Next, we're gonna have Silken Form, which is her Draconic Illusionist equipment arms. It has instant destroy Silken Form, transform target Ash you control into an Aether Ashwing. Very good. And it has Quell 1, which is a new, mechanic in this set. It says, if your hero would be dealt damage, you may pay 1 to prevent 1 of that damage. If you do, destroy Silken Form at the beginning of the end phase. Quell is new, and I think Quell is quite good, but it needs to be tacked onto something like this to be playable, if that makes sense. Because we have a common cycle of Quell equipment. I doubt that they will see any kind of play outside of some, weird sideboard choices.
Yeah, like for people that just don't have access to other stuff, like I could probably see Guardians playing the Quell boots because they're playing like they don't really have good boot options anyway. So sometimes maybe you just need the one turn of being able to prevent like something from going wide. But I think that my first thought when I saw Silken Form, this card is really elegantly designed. I actually really like this, especially because Quell only destroys it at the end. So you can pay, even if you just do the 1 because you need to prevent 1. And then before it gets destroyed, you can then destroy it with its own effect to make an Ashwing. So you can still like benefit from both sides of it. And I think that's like neither side is like too powerful, but both of them together, I think, is just like they're greater than the sum of their parts. I think that Silken Form is like the easiest high fresh, maybe low fresh to death, just because it's a common equipment. But
yeah, I would
like,
say fresh, especially since I think the options for handpiece for Dromai are pretty limited right now, and I think you'll just be playing this or the legendary, which we'll get to in some use cases. The legendary is a little controversial in my opinion too. We'll be talking about that one, but one thing I want to note about Quell, I had a note for this, and it will probably apply more to the actual classed and talented Quell equipments because they'll be more playable. But Quell, I think currently is the best way to deal with Steelblade Shunts and Reckless Swings. So it's gonna come up. I've killed plenty of people with reckless swings and shunts, and I've been killed by both those things too. So if they are common in a meta, Quell is a good way to kind of counter that. You know, it's because usually if they're shunting or reckless swing, it's a last resort win con. So
it's like they're doing it because it's already for lethal, and it's a type of damage that you like. There wasn't a way to really deal with it outside of, you could play like Steadfast in Guardian, where it's like you pay 3 and you're preventing 6 of this one damage that's coming through on Steelblade Shunt. But yeah, when they first revealed Quell, I think it was actually the day after I was talking with I think Red Zone Rogue, and I was just mentioning how it felt weird that there's like such a defined difference between the way that you can block physical damage and the way that you can block arcane. And like with physical damage, you have these things, like you have the original legendaries that have battle worn or whatever, and they block 3 damage total. But arcane, like with arcane barrier, as long as you can pay into it, you can continue blocking stuff. And it felt like, I don't know. There was like you had like blade break to prevent like a big thing for 2 or whatever, but you don't have an equivalent for arcane damage. So each piece of arcane barrier only lowers the amount of damage that you're taking by 1, and then it obviously increases for how much you have. But for something like Quell, it's, I don't know, it's just another option for defending stuff, and I think that that's something that is really welcome for Flesh and Blood. Just having, even if it's not like better, at least it's another thing that you can try. And I think with them iterating on this sort of space for defending and just creating new ways to defend in general, I think this is a really good step. Quell is really, really nice.
yeah. I'm happy that it's in the game because, like you said, creating new ways to defend as it seems like people just try to find new ways to not defend. Like, you know, so, it is welcome. And, eventually we're going to have to start blocking, so.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. Speaking of blocking, this is a bad transition, but do you want to read the next card?
Yeah.
This card is incredible, by the way.
Yes, if I remember correctly, this is actually Red Zone Rogue's preview, and he was super excited about it because it's a sweet card. But the next one is one of the Draconic Illusionist Action Aura Majestics. So one of the Majestics for Draconic Illusionists. It's called Burn Them All. It is a red, and it costs 0. It has Go Again. And once per turn, when a dragon you control attacks, it deals 1 arcane damage to each opposing hero. And then at the beginning of your end phase, put a raise counter on Burn Them All, then destroy it unless you banish red cards from your graveyard for each raise counter on it. So that sort of is the same type of mechanic as the channel cycle from Aria. But I think the thing that didn't sort of click with me right away, and only I sort of realized on a second read of it, is that for channel, it's cards from your pitch zone. And from this is from your graveyard. So if you get these set up for your second cycle and you already have just a bunch of cards in your graveyard, these can stick around for multiple turns really easily, and they stack.
Oh yeah.
Like, if you have 3 of them, then your first dragon just deals 3 arcane damage in addition to whatever else it's doing. Yeah, I think that's
this
really good.
So, this card I've already started testing with this card. This card's an absolute fresh to death. I mean,
yeah.
It performs so well. It's so hard to get rid of. My opponent kept on having to read it, being like, "Wait a second, it sticks around?" Like yeah,
like really?
Yeah. And okay, so not only that, when the turn you play it, you are giving your dragons Go Again. So my thoughts here. When I look at Burn Them All and another card up the title card Uprising, when I look at them, I see the potential of building your army of Aether Ashwings and having that kind of OTK turn. But the nice thing about the Burn Them All is it doesn't have to be OTK. It could be TTK, or 3TK. You could start slamming them each turn for a ton of damage that's hard, coming at you at 2 different angles. So this is an easy fresh to death for me, and possibly the best art in the set.
Oh, like almost like it's hard for me to ever sort of really pin down what my favorite art is in any given set for Flesh and Blood because honestly,
It's always
the
so
art
good.
is always just obscenely good. Like, and there are so many of these cards that absolutely prove that. But yeah, I love the art for Burn Them All. I think that the fact that it's, you know, normally things being a red would be a detriment, but because this is a Dromai card, if you pitch it early game to like do whatever, you can set up for your second cycle, like I was saying, if you want this later in the game, and it creates an ash token. And then, as you said, or you can play it out and it gives all your dragons go again, and then it also has this really good effect. Like it's just, this card is really really strong.
Oh,
I
it's
like it a
so
lot.
so good, so
So
good. Can't wait to
yeah,
burn them all. I can't wait to burn them all.
burn every single thing, all of it.
The next card is a card
Oh.
that we saw pretty early, but this is Invoke Drakana Optimi. So this is the first
Mhm.
Invoke that we saw. It costs 6. It's a red. Defense for 3. It says Draconic Illusionist action Invocation. So basically, what that means is it's going to transform. It's a double-sided card. So it reads. It's a legendary. You can only have one in your deck. It says transform target ash you control into Dracana Optimi go again. So on the opposite side of the card, you have the actual dragon, which is a 6 attack, 6 health dragon ally. Draconic Illusionist. Whenever Dracana Optimi attacks a hero, reveal the top 3 cards of your deck. He deals arcane damage equal to twice the number of red cards revealed this way to a hero or an ally they control. Um, pretty solid card. Now,
Yeah.
the only thing I'm hung up on is the 6 cost, which I think in a lot of Dromai decks is going to just be tough. But it only
Mhm.
takes up 1 slot in your deck. It's not that high of an opportunity cost there.
Yeah, I after playing with the Invoke cards, again throwing back to my sealed pool, I actually got 4 different dragons, and so I got a decent chance to play around with some of them. And while I didn't have this one, I had the next one on the list, which costs 5. I'm not going to talk about it yet, but it's like similarly expensive, and it felt fine. The tough thing, of course, is because he cares about red cards, you want to have a ton of red cards, but then obviously that makes it a lot more difficult to play the card at
Mm-hmm.
all. But I mean, if you are able to do that, if there's a certain way that you can build a Dromai deck that you can at least have one turn where you can play out one of these invokes, like these effects, the on attack effects and the on hit effects that most of the dragons have are like really really good. Dracana Optimi, I think especially, even if you don't hit 3 red cards, because obviously you read that and you're like, oh well, I'd love to deal 6 arcane damage to
Yeah.
somebody. But even if you hit 1, you can ping away, one of their things or just do an extra point of damage. Like all of the use cases, even if you don't hit 3 cards, if you only hit 1 card, this is still coming in for 7. Like
Yeah.
it's and it does it turn after turn after turn if they don't deal with it. Like it's I really like the dragons in general. It'll be tough to see if this one is easy to cast or not, but if you are able to get this in play, it is like devastating. It's really really strong. Um, Something else to mention, which I think we may have mentioned before, but just in case, since we're going to be talking about a bunch of Invoke stuff, all of these dragons that we're going to be talking about, because they are invoked, you have to transform an ash you control, which can sometimes make it a little bit awkward because you have to create the ash first. You can't like play this, and if you pitch a red card for it, then you create an ash. You like miss the timing on that. You actually have to
Mm.
have one in play already to play it. And because you're invoking these on an ash, the ash gives them all phantasm. So if you're not familiar with phantasm from playing against Prism, if you block these with a non-illusionist attack that has 6 or more attack, then they blow up like immediately. They're basically you're invoking an illusion of this big scary dragon, and if you're able to basically like what people say when you encounter a bear, you have to make yourself as big as possible and look imposing. It's basically how you deal with these. But so that is another thing to keep in mind. If you're playing against like Guardian and stuff, these dragons do get a lot worse because they have really easy ways to break them. Um,
And you lose
but
your
yeah,
action point there. So you would need
yes,
something like
yeah,
Phantasmal Footsteps to gain it back.
hmm
It's just one of the the issues with Dromai, I think, going across the board, because like a lot of these things will be from these ashes with Phantasm. So it is worth noting. The dragons are interesting. I'm gonna land on fresh for Optima,
Yeah.
Optimi, Drakana Optimi. I think it's not gonna hurt to put the one in the deck, but how many times in the game? How many times in general will you actually get this dragon out in the field? I don't think it's that high, but when it does get out there, super powerful. And you know what? It also blocks for 3 and pitches a red, which is fine.
Yeah, like all of the stats are fine. The only thing that's tough is the cost. But yeah, it's one of those things where, again, you're, as you say, you only have the ability to put one in. The opportunity cost is pretty low. Sometimes you'll be able to do it. It's like with chain decks and Eclipse. Like sometimes you get to do it pretty easily, and then you have this really big threat. But then other times it just, it's just a thing that pitches, and sometimes that's fine too. But yeah, I think I'm with you on this. I think most of them, with the considerations that we've kind of mentioned, are most of these. I don't want to like spoil myself too early, but most of these I think are going to be like fresh or fresh adjacent. Mostly just because of that, but obviously we're going to get into those. I think in constructed, these legendary ones are like a no-brainer. I think they're all really good. But speaking of the next ones,
yeah, you said you had this next one.
yes, yeah. So this is one of the Majestics that I pulled. Invoke Tumulti, which is the next Dragon Invocation, Draconic Illusionist Action Invocation. It's a red and it costs 5. Blocks for 3. It's also legendary, so you can only have 1. And you transform an action to Tumulti, who is a 5/5, so he has 5 attack and 5 health. Whenever he attacks a hero, reveal the top 2 cards of your deck. If one or more red cards are revealed this way, put that many -1 counters on an equipment they control. Then if it has 0, destroy it. This card, it's sort of from the same, like we were mentioning for Dracana Optimi. The effect is obscene. Like it's so good. And for both of these, because they're not an on hit, like not when they deal damage, it's when they attack. Even if they do pop them with Phantasm, you still get the on attack trigger. That still happens. So at the very least, you're able to use these as, for Dracana, it can be 6 damage. For this, it can be pop your Crown of Seeds. It can be break your Grasp of the Arknight if you reveal 2 red cards. Like, this is the sort of effect that they loaded the set with, I noticed, where they want to be able to like deal with equipment. And they locked it behind a pretty steep cost, but this is again exactly the same as Dracana Optimi. If you're able to get this out, it is extremely impactful.
Yeah. This card's, the effect is, well, I'm glad that we have more effects like this in the game. I think dealing with equipment is something that I hope to explore a little bit more going forward as they print more cards. We already saw it with Shatter, and now we're seeing it with this. But it suffers from the same downfalls that Optimi has: high cost, but low opportunity cost to put in your deck. I don't think it's that bad to put in the deck. And the 5 health versus 6 health, not that much of a difference.
Yeah, if it was like 6 versus 7, like that's usually a break point that matters. But 5 and 6 is like kind of the same thing. And I mean, even in the case that I mentioned, where it's like, oh yeah, this is really good against Guardian and Crown of Seeds. Again, these have Phantasm, so it's maybe not super great. I mean, you still do get the 1 trigger, but most of the time, if you're paying 5, you'd like to do a little bit more than that.
Yeah. So it's tough to say where it's gonna land. I think it's probably like fresh, with the same.
I would say,
yeah,
definitely fresh. And yeah, like you want to be packing your deck with a lot of reds anyway, because there are a lot of cards obviously that care about red pitch cards. So the fact that you can have each of these in there, sometimes they do something cool, or sometimes they're just a red card that interacts with your other stuff. And the fact that they're not fully dead if you can't play them, I think is like pretty important for how these are gonna end up shaking out.
Speaking of, the last legendary one is Invoke Dominia. No, Dominia. Right?
Yeah, Dominia. I think.
Dominia, yeah. This one costs 1 less. As we saw, 6, 5, 4. This one is 4 to transform target ash you control into Dominia. I'll get it eventually. Go again.
A lot of these cards are super weird, especially the names of the dragons. They're weird.
Yeah, yeah. Like some are like AI, and then they switch it to IA. You know, they did that on purpose to mess with me. Now, but Dominia is a 4 attack, 4 health dragon ally. Whenever Dominia attacks a hero, reveal the top card of your deck. If it is a red card, look at their hand and banish a card from it.
Yeah.
This one feels actually pretty good, right? Because I feel like this is a way that you avoid the Phantasm pop, and also, you know, stealing cards from a 4-card hand is 25% of their hand. It's really good. So
It's a significant impact.
yeah. So while the other, you know, while you look at like Optimi, who is going to like output a lot of damage, and then Tumultai is going to like mess with their defense, I feel like Dominia is going to throughout the game really warp the way your opponent can deal with these dragons.
Yeah, I think of the three that we've talked about so far, I think this one is in a few ways like probably the most powerful, just from like a broad point of view. Because I remember thinking about this sort of thing when Tales of Aria came out, and they printed those ice cards where it's like, you know, target your opposing hero discards a card unless they pay a resource or 3 resources or whatever. And I was like, oh, hand disruption is something that like didn't really exist in this game before that. And because each card in your hand serves multiple purposes, it's either a card that's blocking or a card that you're going to pitch with or a card you're going to play. Being able to disrupt your opponent is really strong, and disrupt the cards that they're, you know, if they're trying to keep a card back for some reason. And, you know, if you have a decent amount of reds and you're able to hit Dominia's effect, like disruption is really, really powerful. And the fact that you can sort of weave this in whenever you feel like, and again, it's an attack trigger and not a damage trigger, which is extremely important. Um, I think that this one is probably going to see like maybe the most amount of ire from the general public. Like I feel like this is going to cause a lot of feel bads in games where it's like, oh, my opponent hit on their Dominia trigger every time, and like I just couldn't play the game anymore. And also because it's only a 4/4, but it is the easiest to cast of all the three. Like at the worst possible scenario, if you have this arsenaled, you can pitch a hand of 4 reds and play it.
Make
So
4 ashes. Play
make
that.
4 ashes too.
Yeah.
Like I think that Dominia is probably high fresh. Like I would rate it. I would rate all 3 of these legendary dragons fresh, and Dominia I think I would rate the highest of the 3 in the same category.
Yeah, and I think it's going to perform the best when it gets out. You know, more so than all of them. But those are the 3 legendary ones. Tell us a little bit about Asvolai.
Oh yeah, okay. So the next one, now we're getting to the rare ones, and just because they're rare doesn't mean they're less powerful. Because all of these, as we mentioned, the previous 3 were all legendary. You can only have 1. For these ones, you can have up to 3. You can just jam these and keep throwing them at your opponent. But the first one is Invoke Asvolai. This is red pitch. All of the invokes are red pitch. This one costs 0, defense for 3, and it's another invocation. And Asvolai is a 2-attack, 3-health ally, dragon ally specifically. And whenever Asvolai attacks, you can deal 1 arcane damage to up to any 2 targets. And obviously the main sort of use case for this is to, like, especially in the mirror match, pop your opposing heroes' Ashwings, because they all have 1 health, and if you get a lot of them in play, it can be really tough to deal with them. But this sort of deals with, it can deal with up to 3 at a time, because if you attack 1, because it's an ally, you can attack it, then the attack trigger happens, you can pop 2 other ones. Like this on its own can kill 3 Ashwings, which is a really good rate for, especially one that costs 0 initially. So yeah, I think this one's really strong. It is more relevant in, you know, like as I said, in the mirror match more, because in most other cases he'll essentially just be a 3/3, where he deals 1 damage to the opposing hero, which isn't awful either for 0.
Yeah, and split damage, which, you know, as we've seen with cards like Rosetta Thorn. Pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. Split damage is always really scary, but I think that Azalai is just like solid. I wouldn't call it necessarily like fresh, just because it is a little bit more situational for the maximum effect that you can get out of it. But I'd call it like it feels bad calling it stale too. It's like definitely a high stale.
Okay.
But again, stale doesn't mean bad. It just means stale. I think you could pretty easily jam 3 of these in basically any Dromai deck. So maybe my rating is a little bit off, but
I'm gonna
yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
didn't.
say fresh actually because I like the idea of a zero cost make everything go again in
You know what?
Dromai.
That's a good point.
Hmm.
The thing that I found was really interesting when I was playing with the invokes is I was always thinking, I was like, oh well, especially for the expensive one for Tomultai, I was like, I can block really greedily here, and then I can like just cast this. And then I was like, oh, but then what else am I doing? I'm like, oh, it's a red card. All my dragons have go again. Like that's a relevant thing. So no, you're absolutely right. I'm gonna revise mine to fresh.
Yeah.
The fact that it's just a free enabler to give your dragons go again, even if it with it not being the most impactful dragon, it is like really utility. um yeah, no, definitely fresh. I gotta keep that in mind.
Yeah, and all the zero and one and the one costs are going to be kind of I think rated around there, just because of that
Mhm.
kind of use case. And
Yeah.
as will I, not as powerful on the board, but still quite good. But
Yeah.
I think the next one's actually quite good as well. Invoke Chromai, which is another zero cost, 3 defense, and you can transform target Ash you control into Chromai. Go again. It is a 3 attack, 2 health dragon ally. Once per turn, when Chromai attacks or leaves the arena, gain an action point. Pretty good.
Yeah, the thing that's nice about Chromai specifically is that he kind of has built-in phantasmal footsteps. Like we were mentioning, if you're able to pop any one of these dragons with their phantasm effect, then they lose go again, which can be pretty rough. But for this, if they do pop it with that, or for any other reason, then you get an action point back, and you have go again almost all the time. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and it can also help out if you don't have this sort of can even out your bad turns as well, because if you attack with it and you gain an action point, it is built in go again that you don't need Dromai's effect to actually get. So it can just be like an extra 3 instead of only attacking with 1 dragon. You can attack with 2, and yeah, I think that this one, I would say like high fresh, like maybe fresh to death. I think that this card wants to be in every Dromai deck, because like as you said, it costs 0. It just it only has 2 health, but it sort of rebuys itself if your opponent's trying to do the thing. Like this is a card that's even good into the Oldhim matchup, into the Guardian matchup in general. So yeah, I would say like probably fresh death on this one. I could
Yeah,
see this in every single throw my deck.
yeah. I mean, there's no. I don't think any Dromai deck's going to be like, I don't want this card because it's
Yeah,
exactly it ticks all the boxes for Dromai. So yeah, I'd say fresh to death. How about Invoke Kyloria? What's that card doing?
Iloria, another weird name for a card, but yeah, another invocation. This one costs 1, so still like pretty easy to play, especially in a deck of all reds. Kyloria is a 4/2, so 4 attack, 2 health, and whenever Kyloria hits a hero, gain control of an item they control. If you don't gain control of an item this way, draw a card. I think that I was expecting that card to stop a sentence earlier than it did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I definitely felt like this was just going to be, oh yeah, you can like sometimes steal their items and stuff. But like as we've seen, just historically, drawing cards in Flesh and Blood is really strong. I think that this is another fresh to death, even in constructed. I think that Dromai wants all 3 of these because the effect is just generally good. It's not something that needs a specific situation to be relevant because drawing a card is always good.
It really is, and you get that nice like breakpoint at 4. Oh god, this card
Yeah.
performs so well, and this is another. I like the zero cost dragons, but I also like the one cost dragons quite a bit because you get to create an Ash. Usually, you're pitching a red
Hmm.
to play this out. It's gonna make the deck hum these cards, And I just wish they'd call it Smaug. I know they wanted to call it Smaug from the Hobbit. Like you look at that card art and what it does, you're like, that's Smaug. But
Yeah, just a hoarding dragon. He's definitely got some hobbitses on his radar.
Barrel Rider.
But yeah, okay. So the next one here is also a pretty interesting one. What does Miragai do?
Yeah, Mirror Guy. This is another one cost one. Love the one cost. This is like some kind of sea dragon. It looks like, but it says transform target Ash you control into Mirror Guy. Go again. Defense for 3. Now it turns into a dragon ally with 2 attack, 4 health. Your first dragon attack each turn loses and can't gain Phantasm. This is an effect that I think people underrate generally. This isn't fresh to death per se, but it is going to kind of really come together in the deck, which I think you're going to set up your turns around how you attack with Mirror Guy. I think if you're on the full big dragon plan.
Yeah. I do like this card. The way that I was playing Dromai, and I'm not claiming to be an expert or anything, but when I had a big dragon, I would always want to attack with my Ashwings first because, the value proposition for me at least was if they don't block it, then it's free damage that's coming in. And if they do block it, then that's one less card or one less piece of equipment that they can use to block my big dragon. But I could definitely see this, in the larger scale because, we are talking about constructed. I really like this as like a really strong sideboard card into the matchups that I was mentioning that like normally aren't very good for things that have Phantasm. This is one of those things that just sort of smooths out the polarizing matchups where it can maybe be like one-sided in one direction, especially against Dromai if you have just a bunch of things that all have gigantic attack. This can just make your attacks a little bit easier and you don't have to worry as much about getting blown out by like a single 6 attack thing. So yeah, I like this as a fresh. I think it's like probably mid to high fresh. I'm being as granular as I possibly can because I just have to be. But I like this card. It's not super exciting, but like as you said, I think this is a type of effect that's underrated a lot.
Yeah,
and it's in the matchups where it's good, it's really good.
Yeah, and I imagine you're going to board it out a certain number of times, but other than that, I mean, almost anything's going to try to bring in the 6s and the 7s against
exactly
Dromai. But yeah, I like it at like mid fresh. Tell us what this like totally gnarly art card Invoke Necria does.
Yeah, this like literally looks like a Dark Souls boss. And I am like super into it. It's really cool. So Invoke Necria. This one costs 3. It's a rare invocation. It's a red pitch and blocks for 3. Transform an Ash into Necria. And then Necria is a 4 attack, 7 health dragon. And whenever Necria deals or is dealt damage, put a -1 health counter on her and create an Ash token. From my experience, I don't know if this is this may be also relevant for constructed, maybe because you have more access to red cards, it won't be as prevalent. But in sealed, I was noticing that, you had these turns where sometimes you just aren't able to create an Ash at all. And that can make, turning your things into Ashwings awkward. It can make, your invocations really awkward. And this just being a thing that sort of generates ashes for your generic purposes, I think is like really good. I think they costed it appropriately at 3. I think if this was one of the 0 or 1 cost dragons, this would be like overpowered. I think this would be like way too strong. So yeah, like I like the effect a lot. The fact that it costs 3 is like maybe a little bit too much. It's kind of hard to say, but at the very least, I have to rate this a fresh. I just have to. The art is fantastic. The stat line is really cool, and you need ashes all the time for Dromai. So
yeah, I'm a little bit lower on it. I think I'm like probably high stale, low fresh for Invoke Necria. However, I think it's not a 3 of, right, in Dromai, I don't think. I think it's like a 1 of. I think it's a totally fine dragon to have. But I don't think it's what you're going to be wanting to do at that 3 cost. a lot of the
Exactly,
time.
yeah.
But
Again, if this was cheaper, if this cost
if it was
0 or
one cheaper,
1,
I think
yeah,
yeah.
even if it was 2, like the next card costs 2, but like even if this was 2, I think it is. I want to rate it as high as I feel I should, but this is why, we have two different people on this talking about these,
Yeah.
because you need to rein me in. I'm looking at this card and I just have I have hearts in my eyes.
I
This
mean,
card's super cool.
it's no doubt powerful, and I
Yeah,
will love to be proven wrong on this card because it is so
yeah.
sick. Speaking of the two cost, oh god,
Mhm.
this one's gonna be a tough one to read. Invoke Uvia.
I think it's
Oh,
Uvia, yeah.
Uvia. All right.
Yeah.
This is the looks like a mother dragon. She has like a lot of little hatchlings and whatnot. So it costs 2 defense for 3 transform target ash, and you control. At the start of your turn, or when Uvia enters the arena, transform up to 1 ash you control into an Aether Ashwing, and 1 attack, 6 health.
Mhm.
My initial take on this is it's actually quite good. I think this is exactly what you want in the go wide like Aether Ashwing deck, right?
Mhm.
This is going to be super annoying, right? So
Absolutely.
six health is so hard to deal with. I don't even know, right, if you attack with Uvia ever, right? You
No.
don't want her to
You
pop.
you're not really incentivized to anyway, because she
Mm-hmm.
only has one, which I think is fine. Like the fact that she's just there, and again, this might be reflective of how I was looking at Necria, where it's like, oh, Necria makes all these Ash tokens. That's so great. But maybe in Constructed, it is just way easier to create
Mm-hmm.
Ash tokens, which means that Uvia then really, really consistently generates you basically an additional Kadachi every turn. Like the Ash Wings being 1/1s, it feels like they're weak, but for your opponent to deal with them without a way to deal 1 damage to a bunch of different things, they're really obnoxious. So having the inevitability to go wide with something like this, I'm totally with you. I think that this is just something that you plop down on the board and you just let it do its thing.
Yeah, you're just like, all right, this is the plan, and I'm gonna rate it high fresh. It's gonna play like fresh to death in certain like versions of the deck.
Hmm.
To me, I look at it, I'm like, this is just an aura, right?
Yeah,
You're gonna play
yeah,
this out like an
exactly.
aura, so really cool card.
Yeah, I
Um,
like it a lot. I think I would go mid fresh.
okay,
Because it does cost 2,
yeah,
which will be a decent amount for these decks, but I think the effect is strong enough that it'll probably prove itself to me. I'm certain of it.
can you tell us
um,
a little bit about Invoke Themi or Themi?
I I absolutely can. So this next one, again, red pitch. This one costs 2. Blocks for 3. Transform an ash you control into Themai, and Themai is a 3 attack, 4 health dragon ally with just the effect: opponents can't play cards or activate abilities during your turn. Wizard players hate this card. Like, I
This
think
card's is,
you
I
know
mean, this card's so annoying, but like also I kind of love it if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, it's like for anybody who's familiar with Magic, this is a hate bear. This is
Mm-hmm.
absolutely just something that you put on the board that your opponent is like, oh man, it messes with your plan so much in the right matchups. Like obviously this will be more of a sideboard card because not every deck cares about playing on your turn. But as I said, if you're playing this against an Iyslander or a Kano, um, most of the time they want to play on your turn so they can do it in response to you playing out your hand and not having the ability to pay for Arcane Barrier. But if you have the Themai in play, they just don't have that option. They have to play on their turn or put a bunch of arcane damage into blowing up Themai.
Yeah, yeah,
um, yeah, I think because it's very specific, it's kind of a disservice, but no, you know what? This is still a fresh. This is still
yeah,
absolutely a
yeah,
fresh. It is also just a 3/4. 3/4s are cool.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. I
Still
think
a decent breakpoint for health.
yeah, you can't play defense reactions or
That too.
it has a lot of use cases and I think we're gonna see a lot more decks like trying to like optimize Art of War in their deck, and Themai
Yeah.
says no, no.
Yes, yeah, that's actually a good point too, because Art of War is a really strong card, but most of the time you kind of want to play it on your opponent's turn. If you're using something else, like if you're using one of the, I actually saw somebody recently use the mode on Art of War to block with cards from Arsenal, and it like won them the game. It was crazy.
Yeah, you're like that's a mode, but
Yeah, like it's never a mode until it's a mode, and it's like devastating. It's like so good. But
yeah,
but
I
yeah,
would
this
say
messes
fresh.
with instance in general. Yeah, I think that this is a pretty easy fresh.
Yeah.
And in certain matchups, like easy fresh to death too.
Oh yeah.
Just obnoxious thing. But then I do want you to tell us about this card. This is just as a spoiler, the Marvel that I pulled from my first ever pack of
Oh,
Uprising.
no
So
way.
I'll show the class after we discuss, but please tell us what Vincerakai does.
Oh, well, thank you for
Pretty sure,
pronouncing it because I was gonna have a real tough time.
yeah, it's a super weird one.
Invoke Vincerakai is a 3-cost invocation. Transform target Ash. It is a 6-attack, 1 health dragon ally. Whenever Vincerakai hits a hero, he deals 3 arcane damage to them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a glass cannon if I ever saw one. It's so easy to deal with, but gosh, it really hits hard. But
Yeah, the from my experience, also just because I did mention it. Again, this is my first pack that I ever opened of Uprising, so
love
I'm
it.
absolutely over the moon about it. Also over the moon about how it played. It's a very specific type of card. Most of the stuff that we've looked at so far is like stuff that almost makes you want to like elongate the game to get like better effects and stuff. I think genuinely, if you only get one attack off with Vincerakai, it is worth it. Like this is one of the things where you kind of want to pitch it early. And if you're planning on making the game go a little bit long, you want to pitch it early and get it on your second cycle so that at the end of the game, you can just be like, okay, I'm going to play this thing and attack you for potentially 9. And even if they block only part of it, like if they block, 3 of the damage, they're still taking 6. Like it's just a really hard card to block effectively. I don't think it needs the same amount of time on board that a lot of the other dragons need for them to like feel good. I think this is one of those things where it's just immediate impact. Even if your opponent deals with it, you kind of don't feel too bad. I If I'm making a Dromai deck, I am absolutely slamming 3 Invoke Vincerakais in it. So I'm going to rate this one fresh to death. I think that it is sick.
All right, all right. Well, I mean, I don't know if there's a little bit of bias going on over here, but
no. I mean, how why would I be biased?
I know.
But please have an opposing opinion.
I'm
really...
going to have an opposing opinion. I do like the idea. I mean, it does hit so hard. I'm rating it low fresh, and here's why. I think that a player that knows what's going on is going to deal with this super easily. Yeah, and I think that's just it. It's like, all right, well, if it comes in for 6, I'm committing 2 cards to it, hopefully popping it, or whatever. I'll commit 2 cards to it and then just attack it next turn. And and not all decks can do that. And I think Vincerakai like is going to be able to kind of really take advantage. That being said, I think it's like Necria, the other 3-cost one, in a way that you're probably gonna like one of this in your deck and like pitch early, hit hard later, which is especially when you've whittled down their equipment and stuff like that, it's still gonna hit super hard. So
it's just like it is absolutely like super. It's the easiest dragon to deal with by not a small margin. Like it only has 1 health. It still does have Phantasm, like we were saying, but I think just even if people do see it coming, like just the pressure of being like, I might get attacked for 9 at some point, in addition to all the other stuff that Dromai is doing. I really like it. Like again, it is a 3, so maybe I have some rose-colored glasses for multiple reasons. But,
well, I'm sure it was like an absolute all-star in sealed. So like,
it was
that bias is like understandable.
Also, it kind of made me feel bad because I got it on turn one against somebody one time, and they were like, "Oh, you're getting this cool card, and it's the Marvel that you pulled." And I was like, "Yeah, attack you for 6."
Oh my god, that's awesome. But yeah, I think, and it's also one thing I should worth noting on these dragons. A lot of people have experience against playing against Prism, and these are allies, so you're not going to lose your action point when you attack these dragons. So like you can still like destroy a bunch of dragons in one turn, and that is an inherent weakness with allies in general.
Yeah,
So
that too.
um,
So
and
yeah, but
Vince Sarakai is going to be target number one for sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
the absolute easiest of them all, as I said, to deal with. But rounding it off for I think the polar opposite of that, we have Yenderai, which is like some of these cards you can kind of tell that the naming in Flesh and Blood. As much as I love the design, sometimes the names are a little bit too on the nose. The prime example is Genus What You Need. Like, like sometimes they just pull some random stuff. And this one, obviously, like Yenderai, it's like endurance.
Yeah.
And I think that fits really, really well. And I think this is going to be a card that sees a lot of play. But to know what we're talking about, I'll describe the card. So it's another invocation, blocks for 3, pitches for 1, costs 1. So this is obviously in that good sort of that good area of it doesn't cost too much, and it also has a good effect, which again I'll get into. Yenderai enters the arena with an endurance counter on him. And he's 3 attack and 3 health. If Yenderai would be dealt damage, remove an endurance counter from him to prevent 3 of that damage. So the fact that he's like a 1 cost, like in the best case scenario, he's like a 6 health, 3 attack guy. If they have to put in, 3 damage, that's the only thing that they have to attack him first, and then they have to put in an extra 3. Like, he's just hard to deal with. He just sticks around.
Yeah. I mean, this one's they're gonna have to commit a lot of resources to dealing with it. Now, it's not the most powerful effect, but it is a 1 cost, and as we said before, we like the 1 and 0 cost dragons. I think it's gonna perform very well. I think it's a solid fresh. It's not setting the world on fire, but definitely good.
Yeah, like again, in like I said, the best case, but even the worst case scenario, they have to put 1 damage and then 3 damage into it, like 2 separate sources of that. So he's just annoying to deal with, and he's just generically like fine. Like again, like you said, he's not the strongest dragon, but he's pretty obnoxious, and I like that about him. He's got some personality.
Yeah. No, I do enjoy that. So I think that was all the dragons. The dragons are cool.
Every single. I like them a lot. I like the design space at the very least. Like even if it turns out that none of these are like actually playable, they're like too slow or whatever. I really like just what they've done with the invocations. I like the fact that they've sort of opened it up for other stuff where it's like, you don't just have to invoke dragons, you can invoke like demons or something. Like we could go back to the Demonastery, and we could have more things like Blasphemet, but they can be a little bit smaller. They can be like minions or whatever. I think that's cool.
Yeah, I can't help but think that we're going to see a little bit of this design space explored for a necromancer, but that's a topic for another day. But
I think you're onto something.
Yeah. Now let's take a look at some of these kind of regular draconic illusions actions. The first one's Billowing Mirage. This one's quite good. Now it is a 1 cost. It's for the red. We're just gonna stick with the reds, and if the blues are good enough, we'll mention it. But it's a 1 cost, 3 attack, 3 defense, draconic illusionist attack action. When you attack with Billowing Mirage, transform up to 1 ash you control into an Aether Ashwing. Go again. This card is exactly what you want in Dromai, I think. This is going to just perform as a fresh every day of the week. Just like absolutely so good. Like starting the turn off with a 3, go again, and then you're about to attack them with a bunch of little 1s after that. Sounds really good.
Yeah, the thing that I noticed from my limited experience with Dromai is all like the cards that already have go again are so much better for exactly the reason that you mentioned.
Mhm.
Like Billowing Mirage is like a fine attack. It's 1 for 3. It blocks for 3, which is nice. It doesn't have a huge opportunity cost there. But the fact that it has Go Again, even if you don't use its effect to transform something into an Ether Washwing and you already have other dragons in play, the fact that it turns on Go Again for the rest of your dragons is like actually relevant. It is actually something that is necessary. So I think you're absolutely right. I think this is a very solid fresh, and it's just good. Like it doesn't seem, it's not super flashy, but the things that it does in practice are things that Dromai needs and Dromai wants. So yeah,
Yeah, and I
uh,
imagine you're going to play the blue most likely.
yeah,
That's a good blue to put into Dromai, but you're going to want to play the reds and blue. Sorry, yellow.
yeah,
That's for Prism. That's for Prism. Damn it.
yeah.
What is Dunebreaker Senpai? What does Dunebreaker Senpai do?
Dunebreaker Senpai. These ones are interesting. The Senpais, I think there's 2 of them. There may be more, but they're sort of the same feel. We'll talk about the Dunebreaker first. So this one is still a 1-cost attack, Draconic Illusionist action attack. And it has 5 attack and 3 defense for the red. It has Phantasm built in. It has a Go Again, and then also when this is destroyed, you create an Ash token. So in practice, this card is like maybe not good enough. It's very polarizing. It can be really good in matchups where people don't have the ability to break your Phantasm stuff super easily, because like a 1 for 5 with Go Again, that turns on the rest of your dragons, as we said, like is good. But this is one of those things where if you don't have a way to bring yourself back from Phantasm being destroyed, like this does interact with Phantasmal Footsteps and stuff, which is something to consider. But having this popped without the ability to like regain your footing essentially actually does hurt quite a bit. Normally for these, you'll want to start your turn with it, and if your turn also ends with it, then it feels kind of bad. I would say, depending on the context, like maybe stale, maybe high stale if I'm being really nice about it. I think that Billowing Mirage just does what this wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
I like even though it attacks for less, I think that Billowing Mirage is just I don't know. There's less opportunity cost for you to just get completely blown out if you're caught off guard. In the cases where it's good, it's good. I think in the cases where it's bad, it's really bad though.
I am probably low fresh on Dunebreaker, and I think the reason is I think we're going to see a lot of decks play like Passing Mirage and stuff like that as like solid blues, and leading off with a non-Phantasm Dunebreaker sounds so good in this deck. It's not going to perform the best, and that's like a very like use case thing, but I think the Ash token creation is nothing is something that like you shouldn't discount in
Oh,
general,
for
but
sure.
it I don't think it's going to be an all-star for sure. But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, a low
Like
fresh. What would you say? Stale?
I said like high stale
Yeah,
because I was being kind of nice. But
yeah.
yeah, like the Ash token is nice, but the one thing that I can think of is like you either have this in a hand where if it gets popped, then you don't have the ability to, as I said, like regain your footing. Like if you don't have the ability to activate your footsteps or something,
Hmm.
then either it just sits in your hand or you like Hail Mary it out and you get blown out. Um, I'm kind of being like a doomsayer about it. I think that this card probably isn't as bad as I'm sort of initially thinking of it, but yeah, it wouldn't be my first pick for. I'm willing to try it out, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
Anyway,
next
for the next one,
is
I was
Dust
gonna say
Up.
because it is your turn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dust Up, which is gosh, there's like I mean we're gonna hark on the art all day on this set, but
Yeah.
Dust Up is such a cool. I mean, like I was totally not ready to get the ash like dusty like aesthetic we were getting out of this set, and I love every minute of it. I think it's such a cool way
So
to approach it. But
So cool.
Dust Up, however, as cool as the art is, for constructed, I actually don't think this card's. I think this card's gonna be pretty rotten. It has a really good effect. So Dust Up is a 0 cost, 4 attack, 3 defense. When it hits, create an Ash token, then transform up to 1 Ash token control into an either Ashwing, which is very good. However, it doesn't have Go Again, and I don't want to end my turn with Dust Up. I want to start my turn with Dust Up, and I just don't. It's totally fine limited. I think it's exactly what you want limited, but I think in constructed, it's just not good enough to need it to hit to get anything good out of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's so hard to follow up with something after Dust Up, which I think kind of puts it in the same space as there's that one generic attack from Welcome to Wraith that's just like a 0 for 4. I forget what it is. But that's kind of what this feels like to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like as you say, like yeah, it's definitely for limited. It's fine. But you can't start your turn with this. Ending your turn with it feels super weird. Like it does cost 0, so it's easy to sort of just end with. But I think there are other things that don't have Go Again that are more impactful than this. So yeah, I think this is probably rotten for constructed.
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't do enough.
Yeah, but the next card is somewhat of a beater and it has a little more chance of being played. Is the Ember Moss Senpai. Can you tell us what this Senpai does?
Yeah. So we had the Dunebreaker, and then this is the Ember Moss Senpai. And so this one costs 2. For the red, it attacks for 8. And blocks for 3. It also has Phantasm, and then when this is destroyed, you create an Ash token. I think that if I wanted a card to end a chain of attacks with, I would prefer this over Dust Up. Like it costs infinity more. Like it is 2, and especially in a deck that cares about reds, like that is a lot. But like attacking for 8, and then if it's destroyed, you still get a bit of a benefit. Feels better. Like being able to sort of you have the Ash token afterward. And you're not following up, you're probably not going to be able to follow up after playing something for 2 anyway. So it is like sort of more of a benefit instead of Dust Up being like, hey, you get an Ashwing, but you can't attack with it. Like, whatever. Don't even think about it. I still don't think that this card is like super good, especially because in the mirror match, it is an illusionist attack, so it can't even pop Phantasm stuff. I think this is definitely more of a limited card. I am higher on this card than Dust Up, but I think I would still probably for constructed put this like maybe low stale. I am tending towards rotten for constructed purposes, but compared to Dust Up, I think this is worlds better.
And unlike Dust Up, I think the blue has a good chance of making decks. Just like 2 for 6 is fine at blue. So I mean low stale. It's not setting the world on fire, but it's a cool card. Next is Sweeping Blow. This is for the red, it costs 1 and it has 3 attack, 3 defense. When you attack with it, create an Ash token, go again. This thing's gonna just hum right into your opponent's face. It's exactly what you want to do, I think, in this deck. This is the perfect opener, and I think the blue is actually probably almost where you want to be a little bit more in constructed, just because the difference between like 3 and 1 is not that huge in Flesh and Blood, right? Because it's still one card, and you're playing this for the go again and the Ash token, right? I think you'll play both the reds and the blues, but the blue is worth considering. Blocks for 3 as well. So I'm going to give this a fresh right off the bat.
I think I'm definitely agreeing with you. Like, it's basically the complement to Billowing Mirage, where this creates the token, and then Billowing Mirage turns the Ash into the Ashwing. But the reds, like we said for Billowing Mirage, it is just a 1-cost attack with Go Again, where if you play the red, it turns on the rest of your stuff. You kind of don't even care about the damage that it's doing specifically. It just kind of matters more that the red is a red that turns on Go Again, and then even if you're attacking with the blue, you get to turn something into an Ashwing, and you can follow up with something else like it. And then with Sweeping Blow, you create another Ash, which is even less specific. because if I did want to say one is better than the other, Sweeping Blow always gets the benefit, whereas Billowing Mirage sometimes doesn't. You know, in awkward situations where you just like don't already have an Ash in play, and you aren't able to pitch a red for it, so you can't make the Ash first. With Sweeping Blow, you don't have to worry about that. You just always get the Ash token. So yeah, like super easy fresh. Even in Constructed, I think this is exactly what Dromai wants. Just to, you know, fill out the non-dragon part of the deck for everything else you want to do.
Yeah, no Phantasm, and it's good in the setup, and it's good at the end, right? You know, it's good when you're setting up your Ash, and then it's good when you want to set up the big turn. So, yeah,
this card is always solid. The next card we're going to be talking about, though, I think is kind of crazy. I think that in terms of a common, I think this is like a very, very strong common. Next up, we got Rake the Embers. And it's a 1-cost Draconic Illusionist action, so it's a non-attack action. Only blocks for 2. But it reads, create an Ash token, then transform up to 3 Ash you control into Ether Ashwings, and then it has go again. Yeah, I think that this card, especially the red, like I think this is the same sort of situation where if you do really need the resources, I would also play this as a blue. But I think the red is like fresh to death in Dromai. This like, you know, you pitch a red to play it. You've created 2 tokens, and then at the very base, you're turning 2 tokens into Ether Ashwings that have go again because Rake the Embers is red. Or you create 3 of them, and now you have 3 guys that all have go again and can attack. And yeah, I think that for the deck, I'm absolutely on 3 reds, just because of how unbelievably strong the red is at just creating a turn out of nothing.
Yeah, this card's out of control. I mean, you know, this is fresh to death. If I've ever seen a fresh to death, this is the freshest to deathest I've ever seen. I mean, this card it's going to perform so well every single time. You want 3 reds, and you probably want 3 blues, and you know, I think this card is going to be the card people think about when they think about Dromai going forward. You know, they're just like, God, they saw all 3 of their Rake the Embers. Like, that's what your opponent's gonna say. It's just it feels like 3 of a kind in Ranger, right? Like it just has such a huge effect on the game in a single turn. And no, fresh to death, easy.
Honestly, this is like kind of comparable to Prismatic Shields in regular Illusionist, but this costs 1, where Prismatic Shield costs 3. Like obviously Prismatic Shield, you get the 3 for the red, you get the 3 shields all the time instead of this being dependent on Ash. But like the fact that this costs 1 is like still really good. I'm actually maybe thinking this may be a card that you just run the full 9. Like I think the effect even at the yellow, if you pitch a red for this, you get to turn both of them into Ashwings. Like that's still good.
That's really good.
I really like Rake the Embers.
Now, wait, can you, if you pitch a red for this, can you transform that Ash that you made with the pitch into Aether Ashwings?
Yes. So there was, I think it was on an episode of Living Legends where I was talking about Uprising stuff, just the spoilers that we had seen or whatever. And I think I was specifically talking about Billowing Mirage, and it was corrected in the comments, and I'll publicly announce it here as well, that I was wrong. Kel asked for an effect like Billowing Mirage. If you pitch a red for it and you create the Ash from Dromai, do you then get to transform the thing? You do. Because of the fact that all of the invocations don't work this way because you have to actually target the Ash when you're playing it. But for this card and for, Billowing Mirage and whatever, it says transform up to, for 3, 2, or 1. So you don't have to target first. And then when they go to resolve, you've already created the Ash from Dromai's effect.
Gotcha.
So because of that, again, if you pitch a red for the red Rake the Embers, you're creating 2 Ash that you can then immediately turn into 2 Ashwings. And then if you also have another one, then you have 3. This card's really good.
so good. What about, I guess it's my turn. So Skittering Sands is next. This is a 0-cost Draconic Illusionist action. It says, for the red, it says transform target Ash you control into an Aether Ashwing. It gains +3 until end of turn. Go again. and then +2, +3, or +1 for the yellow and blue.
Mm-hmm.
This performs pretty well in my experience playing it. However, I do not know if this is what you want to do in constructed. I think the blue might be good enough, just if you need like some blue slots, but
Yeah.
I just don't know if a card out of your hand just for like a bigger Ashwing is that good. How do you feel about it? I'm actually like high stale.
Yeah. I think that, like I've said this with a bunch of cards before, but like depending on context, if there is a deck that, very specifically for Dromai just wants to be as aggressive as possible, like I think that the red and again, as you said, even the blue in that sort of situation, I think this is a good card. I think from a lot of the stuff that we've seen, especially comparing, like coming right off the back of us talking about Rake the Embers, which, it transforms up to 3 things at the red. This one only transforms 1, but it gives it +3. I think that this is a better card in like an aggressive build.
Yeah.
If you really, really want, if the prospect of you using a card to transform something into an Ashwing is like a good prospect, then I think this card is really good. I think I'm probably just about stale as well. Just, depending on how the Dromai decks actually come together. I do personally really like this effect, but it's the fact that it is limited, unlike the Rake the Embers, where, as I said, you do have to pitch for it. Like it costs 1, which is kind of a benefit because you
Yes.
can make an additional ash. For this one, like it costs 0, which is cool, but also if you just don't have an ash in play, this card doesn't do anything. Which maybe doesn't happen all the time. Like I hope that it's not as common in constructed. So maybe this card's really good. But until then, I think this is a stale, maybe high stale.
Yeah.
I do like the effect. Meanwhile, for Sand Cover, it kind of suffers from the same thing. I'll talk about it first before I actually start. I keep sort of getting ahead of myself,
Yeah, no,
but
it's not.
I do like this card a lot. It's a 0 cost Draconic Illusionist instant that says target Ash you control gains Ward 4 until end of turn. And now Ward, this is the first instance of this new mechanic that we've seen thus far. So Ward reads, if your hero would be dealt damage, prevent X, where we have Ward 4, this would be prevent 4 of that damage, and destroy this. And then the yellow is 3 damage, and the blue is 2 damage. This to me fits in the same realm as like your Sink Below and your Fate Foreseen, for just really efficient ways to block damage. And I think the thing that sort of pushes this over the edge for me for defense reactions is most of the time in constructed against certain matchups, you just want to side out all your defense reactions because it's not relevant because they're not using big enough attacks for it to be worth it, or attacks at all depending on who you're facing. Sand Cover works on all types of damage. It is just if your hero would be dealt damage, prevent 4 of it. So it could be, if you're against a Kano and they have like an Ether Wildfire, this for 0, as long as you have an Ash in play, can just prevent that damage for free. It is gated by the fact that you need an Ash in play, which again, like draws back to what I was saying about Skittering Sands. But I think the upside on this is like maybe slightly. I think it's strong. I really like Sand Cover. I think this card is the fact that it's any source of damage and any type of damage. I think is one of the things that pushes this into like probably a high fresh, like maybe fresh to death. But I mean, you wouldn't want to play all of them. I think I would only really want to play the reds, again, similar to the defense reactions that I was talking about before. But I think it fits in that same space, and it stays in more matchups. I think it's sort of more relevant more of the time. But what do you think? I'm
Yeah.
talking a lot about that.
Yeah, I'm not as high, but I'm settling on fresh for the red pretty much only, I think. And
Yeah.
Because this deck is going to require a lot of setup to get to your end game, and you do need, to kind of mitigate some of the intense damage that we're like, this is Flesh and Blood. People are going to try to jam aggro decks all the time. So
Yeah,
you're going to have to
gigantic
worry
attacks.
about that. So and you know, we've seen how good Sink Below is and Fate Foreseen, and I think Sand Covers is going to be it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good, and it will come in against aggro and wizard, I think, all the time. So I think it's just like a solid fresh for me, and yeah, it's really cool design. I would love to see like the weird version of the deck that runs all 9 copies just for whatever reason. It's like like we're just popping ashes. But as Macklemore once said, I'm gonna pop some ash. But I don't know. That's stupid. But I'm on a solid fresh. But that is all the Draconic Illusionist stuff that we have. But we're gonna move to Phi right here in a sec. All right, well, now we have Phi, Rising Rebellion, which is the 4 intellect, 40 health, standard stuff here. Draconic Ninja Hero. You may start the game with a Phoenix Flame in your graveyard, and it has once per turn instant, 3 resources, return a Phoenix Flame from your graveyard to your hand. This ability costs 1 less for each Draconic chain link you control. A Phoenix Flame is a 0-costed 0 attack, go again, right? Zero attack, go again. Draconic card, can't block, and if you have 2 Draconic chain links, it gets +1.
So something that is also interesting about Phoenix Flame is it is the first time, I think, outside of like Cracked Bauble and stuff, that we've had a token card that is playable in your deck. That it's just sort of a weird space for some people, especially when it first got released or got revealed. A lot of people, like locally and just I saw on other forums and stuff, were like, okay, so Phoenix Flame is a token, so like something generates it. It's like, no, it's like a playable card in your deck. You get to put it in, and it's in the token slot. It's like a Cracked Bauble, because people were also like, well, is it double-sided? Like, how does that work if you don't have sleeves? And I was like, no, it's like a Cracked Bauble in that it has a card back, and it's a playable card in your deck. And it's like, okay, so I can have as many of them as I want in my deck. And I'm like, no,
just 3.
it's a card. But in terms of Phi in general, Phi is the hero that I am most excited about for this set. And I don't think it's particularly close.
All right. I mean, no doubt powerful. I played Sealed in Vegas, and I got matched up against, in my 6 rounds, I got matched up against 5 Phis. So I got a good feel for how it feels to lose to Phi. I'll tell you that. But then I got to draft Phi as well, which was an absolute blast. And I mean, if the power is there in Sealed and Draft, the power is there in Constructed. So, we are going to see this hyper aggro deck with Phi here, and it is going to be cool. Do you want to talk about his weapon, Searing Emberblade?
I do, actually. It is Searing Emberblade. This is a 3 attack Draconic Ninja weapon. It is 2-handed, which we were mentioning. They just kind of keep slapping 2-handed on stuff. I think this one, like, it makes sense. So it has once per turn action for 2 resources, attack. And then if you control 2 or more Draconic chain links, Searing Emberblade has go again. So on its face, and I know a lot of people, when it was first revealed, were kind of deriding it for, not being as good as Kodachi, which, to be fair, Kodachis are kind of gross. So like maybe we don't print more Kodachis. But the thing that's nice about this, and there are a couple other ninja cards that will come up that have this wording of if you control 2 or more Draconic chain links, something that sort of, it seems obvious, but sometimes you just have to actually do it yourself for it to actually click. If you attack with something first and then this counts as a Draconic chain link. So this gives itself go again, even if it's just the second attack after your first thing. So giving it go again is actually relatively easy. The 2 resources is like kind of a hard sell sometimes, but I think with the alternative being, like Zephyr Needle or Kodachis, I think that Phi doesn't really want those as much because they're a lot more resource intensive in general. Like for Kodachis, they're not Draconic, so they don't contribute to your Draconic chain links, which this does, as I mentioned. and each of them cost 1. So realistically, and they only get go again if you have something that costs 0. So it's like, you can pitch a red thing that probably attacks for more than 1 that also costs 0 to attack for 1 in a non-draconic chain link. So I think like Searing Emberblade is the best option currently. Is it like fantastic? No, but it's like fine. It's not a weapon that I look at and I'm like, why did they have to do my guy like this? Like it's a fine weapon. I don't know. I would probably call this like, just for lack of better options, probably fresh. I mean, like in practice, I think this is going to be fresh to death. I don't think the other ninja weapons like make sense for Fi anyway. So you're really only going to see Searing Emberblade. So it will be played in absolutely every one. So I don't know.
I
But
want to frame it for people actually. So if you think about it, so Kodachi's right, 1-1, right, for 2 resources. For this, you're getting 3. We go again, but you also, think of it like you have a Searing Emberblade in one hand and a Phoenix Flame in the other in most hands, right? So if you look at it that way, you're getting 4 damage for 2 resources with Fi, if you're on the Draconic plan. That's not like a totally sound pitch for it, but it makes sense. This is what Fi wants to do. So yeah, I mean it's going to perform as a fresh to death, I think. But you're going to have to consider that when deck building. You want to make, you want to make sure you get the blue in hand every turn. So, or else it's gonna your hand's just gonna fall apart. So.
It doesn't like it, as I said, like it's not like the flashiest weapon. It doesn't look super crazy. Like I don't know, it's not like Winter's Wail. We saw how that performed and stuff. But yeah, I think that this works with everything that Fi really wants to do. And yeah, I think it's just a totally fine weapon. And it checks a lot of the boxes of stuff that he wants to do. And speaking of that, I hope that your opinion of this next card is the same as mine, but please introduce us to Heatwave.
Heatwave is the Draconic Ninja arms that our boy Fi got. It has the ability, well, first of all, it blocks for 0, but it has the ability Instant Destroy Heatwave. Phoenix Flames you control gain +1 until end of turn. It also has Quell 1. I mean, this card is pretty insane. However, I mean, something else was printed that is arguably better for Fi, but Heatwave is going to be a really awesome option for people that just want to. I think Blitz is probably the Heatwave, like that's where you really want this. And the cool thing about Quell is it doesn't pop until the end phase. Now, this is only going to really come up in maybe the Iyslander matchup if people are trying to push damage on your turn. But you can pay for Quell, then pop it to give your Phoenix Flames the little buff on your turn. But yeah, Heatwave is only. I will only give it. I'm giving it like a high fresh only because there's going to be a better option for Fi in class constructed. But I can see this card being played in the Fi Blitz deck.
Yeah, if we're talking about budgetless, then yeah, the other option, which we will talk about as soon as it comes up, is like definitely better. But I think this is a budget option that still feels really strong. Like it's not necessarily that you're even compromising if because not everybody can necessarily get their hands on the legendaries. I think that like the legendary is strong, but this is like solid. Like this is something that you don't feel bad about playing. It sort of exists in a slightly different space from the other one that we looked at, the illusionist gloves. Because for this one, it definitely does feel more like you're either getting the Quell or you're getting the effect, whereas with the other one, you kind of can get both most of the time. But even with that, in my pre-release, I was playing against somebody who was playing Fi, and I got Tomultai out, the one that can actually pop equipments. And this is a guy who also pulled Cold Foil, the legendary chest piece, which we'll talk about again. He had that, and I targeted Heatwave first. I was like, I don't want to have to deal with this later in the game. This card can be really scary. Like Heatwave is my target here, and yeah, I think that it's just a really solid card. I think like High Fresh is a pretty good assessment.
Yeah, great budget option. Great in blitz when you're trying to push that damage
Mhm.
like early. Yeah, absolutely. Next we have Phoenix Form. This card seems pretty good. Can you tell us what this card does?
Okay, so Phoenix form, it costs 0, it attacks for 3, it blocks for 3. It's a Draconic Ninja attack action. It only comes in red, and it says if you control one or more Phoenix Flames, Phoenix form has go again. If you control 2 or more, it has +2 attack. If you control 3 or more, it has when this hits a hero, draw 3 cards.
Oh my god.
I think this card's crazy. Like,
I mean,
I,
how often you get into 3 Phoenix Flames, I'm not sure, but the minimum of 1 is so easy to hit. So,
yeah,
gosh, I
like
mean, this is the Draconic Ninja version of was it? The Swarming Gloom Veil.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I compared it to when I first saw it. Like I kind of lost my mind a little bit when I saw Spring Tidings, like the Benji specialization. I love that. I love that card. I loved it when it first got released, and I still love it now. And I think that this card is like it lives in the same space where with Spring Tidings you have to do a little bit of setup where you have to have certain numbers of attacks and stuff. And it does depend on exactly how easy it is to get to that 3 for it to be like absolutely obscene. But I think even if you discount that entirely, I think from what I've seen, it's pretty easy to get 2 Phoenix Flames
Hmm.
like pretty consistently. And even in that case, it's a 0 for 5 with Go Again.
Yeah, insane.
That is also a Draconic Chain Link. Like it,
Yep.
it just does so much. And then sometimes you just have the insane blowout of being like, if you don't block this, I get to draw 3 cards.
Yeah. Yeah, this is
Crazy.
fresh to death easily, right?
Yeah, easy,
Oh
easy.
my god.
No contest.
Oh god. I can't wait to play against that card. Spreading Flames is next.
Yes, yeah.
This
Tell us
is
about that.
this is the Majestic. Or this is another Majestic. 1 cost, 3 attack, 2 defense, Draconic Ninja action attack. Draconic actions you control, or Draconic attacks you control, have +1 while their base attack is less than the number of Draconic chain links you control. Go again.
Mhm.
So, as your chain gets larger, Spreading Flames is going to pump a little more intensely, right? Is that
Mhm.
how I read that?
Yeah, it's like you start the turn off either with this or maybe something else, and then like if you were to follow that up with a Phoenix Flame for your third chain link, which I think is going to be a pretty easy use case. The Phoenix Flame is coming in for 2 because it gets +1 from his own effect and then +1 from this because you have 3 chain links, but the base attack of Phoenix Flame is 0. And then the more things you play, the more widely applicable the buff will be on stuff that has larger base power. Um, I like this card a lot. I don't necessarily know, like I can't see in my head exactly where this like fits. It's just a generically good card,
mhm.
but I'm not quite as excited about it as I was for Phoenix Form. That's going to be a hard bar to hit anyway for any
Yeah,
other card in the set. But I do like it. I think it's really solid and go wide attack buffs that potentially cause like your attack to go up to the next breakpoint from like 3 to 4 and it becomes that much more awkward to block efficiently. Like those types of things are very like sort of scary under the surface, where it's like, yeah, this is only +1 but it can make your opponent's life that much more of a living hell. So yeah, I like Spreading Flames. I think this is probably a fresh, maybe a high fresh.
I think High Fresh. Um, I
Yeah,
I just I'm not. I'm gonna make my opponent do the math all the time because
exactly.
I don't
Yeah,
want to deal with that.
math is for blockers.
Yeah. Next, we got Combustion Point. This one's pretty cool. What does this one do?
So this is the Majestic Draconic Ninja attack reaction, which is, I think, the first attack reaction that we've seen thus far. This one also comes in red, like most of the Draconic Majestics. It costs 1, and it says target Draconic or Ninja attack action gains +1 attack. And also it says you may banish a non-equipment defending card with a defense less than the number of Draconic chain links you control. So when this was first spoiled, the immediate comparison that people pulled for between this card and something else that exists is the Warrior Attack Reaction Route that allows you to bounce a defending card back to your opponent's hand, which then essentially, if you use this on something that is Chainlink 3 or higher, and you're able to bounce something that, you know, has 3 defense, that's like kind of equivalent to also being a +3 attack buff.
Mm-hmm.
So
It
like,
needs to be Chainlink 4, right? Because it's just less than, not less
oh,
than
it is
or
less
equal
than.
to.
It's not, yeah, you're absolutely
Which
right. So
in this
like
deck is very easy to hit. So
yeah, like the fact that you can go wide with Phoenix Flames and stuff, I think like, and like we'll see the mechanic Rupture and stuff come up that cares about 4 chain links and stuff. I think that the situation that this becomes relevant is not going to be hard to hit, but it is still situational. You still have to have the card in your hand after doing all of these attacks. For most of these, it's going to be easy because a lot of the good things cost 0 anyway, so you don't really have to care that much about jockeying your resources. But this is definitely one of those cards where I think in like the most often it's going to be like fine. Like sometimes it's just +1 and it helps you get an on hit, or maybe it's for lethal or something. And then in the best use case, this is like your opponent gets blown out. Like
yeah.
this becomes a +4 buff for 1. So I think because it's a little bit more situational, probably like mid fresh. It's really exciting.
Yeah.
But I think the magical Christmas land scenario of this even just being active maybe is not quite as easy as it looks. Just because it does still cost 1 and you have to have it after 4 attacks. Like I don't know, maybe I want to be higher on it, but
I think mid fresh is pretty good because we see route. It's usually like a one of in like warrior decks, and this is just, in my opinion, strictly better. And I think we'll see it probably fulfill a similar role for ninja decks. I think it's always worth to throw 1 in there. It's just like it's just so potent. But yeah, I think mid fresh is good. Next we have Engulfing Flame Wave, which is a Draconic Ninja action attack. This is a rare. It has it costs 2 for 5 attack, 2 defense. When it hits, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an attack action card with cost less than the number of Draconic chain links you control, banish it. You may play it this turn. I don't know how many 2-costed things are going to be played in constructed for Fi. I think right off the bat, I'm pretty stale on Engulfing Flame. No doubt a great effect, but I just don't know if that's what you want to do. I mean, sure, it might help get those really long chain links, but other than, it's just like too resource intensive, I think.
Yeah, I think even if this was like, if they had bumped down like basically every number on it by 1, like if it cost 1, but then, you know, even if it only like attacked for 3 or something, because there are ways to, you know, make blocking more awkward for your opponent, I'd be like a lot higher on it, because then, you know, it's like a 1-cost attack for 3 with Go Again that has like a really relevant on hit effect that, you know, causes your opponent to need to block, which is like maybe why it's more expensive. I think if it was cheaper, it would be a lot stronger, like just by comparison. So I think I'm just about the same in its current iteration. I'm like probably mid stale on it. The effect is great, but as you say, like especially for what this deck wants to do, I think that 1-cost stuff is probably where you're gonna want to like, that's the ceiling.
Yeah, it has to be doing a lot more than that, you know, if you're
Yeah.
paying more than one resource. But we do have a 1 resource attack next in Mounting Anger.
Yes. Yeah, we do. So this one is, as you said, 1 cost. It comes in all 3 colors. It's a Draconic Ninja attack action. The red is for 4 attack, going down to 3, then 2 for the other colors. Blocks for 2. And it says, when Mounting Anger hits, you may banish an attack action card from your hand with cost less than the number of Draconic Chain Links you control. If you do, it gains +1 attack, and you may play it this turn. Go again. This is like kind of, I think, what Engulfing Flame Wave wanted to be.
Yeah.
I think that this is like just a more widely applicable effect. With the way that the deck works, even if this is the first attack that you play this turn, like if you banish something with 0, then you can play it off this and it gets a buff. Like it becomes good. And then even if this is the second attack, then, you know, you could play another Mounting Anger that is now for 5 and then also can banish a card from your hand. Like that's maybe getting into a little bit of Magical Christmas Land, but I think just the average use case for this is a lot stronger than Engulfing Flamewave. And I think in a vacuum, this card's like probably good. I think it's good. I didn't get a chance to look at a bunch of the Fi cards, but from what I know right now, I think this is strong enough to be like, a high fresh. The block for 2 is kind of awkward, but this kind of feels like everything Fi wants to do.
I think
And it seems easy enough. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't attack from
I'm a little low on it actually,
Yeah.
because to me it looks like, I mean, you need it to hit, which whatever, it's fine, but it's not exactly giving you any kind of card advantage, right? I mean, it's kind of cool that it can, buff whatever you wanted to play anyway. As opposed to like your next thing gets +1, and instead it's like my whatever gets +1. I That being said, I mean, like the I guess the red, like coming for 4 go again is like very strong, right? But I don't think you're gonna see it in every deck. I think there's gonna be probably a lot more better options. But I would not be surprised to see some mounting angers out there. I'm probably like low fresh on it, maybe high stale, just because like I think it doesn't really progress your chain links, right? I think that's what all Fi wants to do. But that being said, the +1 does, I mean, can really change some things.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
But for this next one,
oh yes,
whose turn is it? I think it's your turn.
I think it's my turn. Rise from the Ashes, one of the marquee art of the set. Just this badass ninja, just really destroying some people. 0 cost.
Actually immolating people.
Yeah. It comes in red, yellow, blue. 0 cost. Draconic ninja action. The next Draconic or Ninja attack action card you play this turn gains +3. You may return a Phoenix Flame from your graveyard to your hand. Go again. Now, this is the card that's going to make your Phoenix form turns hum, right? This is just so cool. I actually don't think you play the red. You probably play the blue more often than not. I mean, the red's probably fine. I think you're going to see more blues in people's decks here, just because, I mean, the 3-1, whatever, you're playing it for the Phoenix Flame back to your hand.
The buff is like nice, but the fact that this, it's one of those things where if you have 2 Phoenix Flames in your graveyard, you get to play this to get one of them back, which then adds to your chain links to maybe make Fi's ability cost less. Like, it's just to make it more consistent.
And you have to start you don't have to, but you have to start your turn with this, because if you play it, you're going to break your chain, and things will fall apart, and you don't want to do that in Fi.
I'm like genuinely very high on this card, mainly because the thing that draws me to Fi anyway is the fact that he's like the first hero that we've seen that has a strategy where it's like you can very easily draw the comparison to Phoenix Flame as like the fuel for an engine. You are utilizing Phoenix Flames to like do something, and Rise from the Ashes being able to get back your Phoenix Flame and either buff the Phoenix Flame or like something else. Like I really, really like this card. I want to say that I would play like the full 9, because I think that the deck that I want to play at least needs as many Phoenix Flames as possible.
Yeah.
So I would probably play the full 9. I'm like high, no, fresh to death. Personally, this is a fresh to death card for me.
All right, I'll give it a high fresh. I could see the full 9 being played here. I mean, if you want to make your Phoenix forms pop like it can, you're gonna need probably all 9 of these. So awesome card. Next is we'll get to it, but Brand with Cinderclaw is next.
Yeah. So Brand with Cinderclaw, it's a 0 cost attack action. Attacks for 3 for the red, and blocks for 2. And it says, your next attack, this combat chain, is Draconic in addition to its other card types, and it has go again. So
this is a limited card to me.
Yeah, I don't think we need to talk about it too much. It just like doesn't really do anything. Most of the time when you're building the deck, you have all Draconic stuff anyway because you care about Draconic chain links. So I think we're good to just. I don't think we need to rate this. It's
rotten, limited. Just leave it to limited. It's great and limited, but Next we have Cinderskin Devotion. This is 1 for 4 attack, 3 defense, Draconic Ninja attack action. If you control 2 or more Draconic Chain Links, it gains Go Again. This is another limited card. Very good limited, but I don't think I don't think a what's the like a I don't think a 1 for 4 Go Again that you need to work for is where you want to be in Constructed, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Like, I think there's actually like the next card that is actually super comparable to this, but I think if it didn't have the restriction on it and just had Go Again, I think this card would still not be good enough. Like, it does block for 3, but I think this is also for limited. It's fine there, but there are way better options in Constructed. Which leads us directly into, as I said, the next card. This is like essentially the same card, except it blocks for 1 less. Yeah. So we have Dust Runner Outlaw, which costs 1. It comes in all 3 colors. And it has 4 attack, 2 defense. It's a Draconic Ninja attack action, and it just reads Go Again. So literally the only difference between these 2 cards is the one that has more of a restriction has +1 defense.
Yep.
And I think it's still the same story.
Yeah. I mean, so the support in limited, I think it's worth noting that the support in limited for Fi is very like strong.
Oh yeah.
And I think a lot of these cards will be like this, like so good in limited. And I think it's easy to fall in that trap. You played in limited, and you're like, oh my god, like I can't wait to like do the same thing. There's the card pool is so much better once you get to Constructed, and you're not going to need to do things like this. I mean, I could see maybe Dust Runner if you need something. I don't know, maybe like low stale, high rotten, but yeah.
I could see people playing this sometimes, but because like realistically the difference between this and the previous card is it has 1 less defense, but I feel like this deck doesn't really care about that much. You kind of want to just go, like you just want to attack people. So if you were to play the 2 of them, you would probably play this one. And so yeah, I would say like high rotten for this one. I can see it at least. Like kind of makes sense. And then next up
is Lava Vein Loyalty. So this is a 0 cost. This is another one of the requirement cards, right? 3 attack, 3 defense. If you control 2 or more Draconic Chain Links, it gains Go Again. This is probably all dependent on how many like how many 0 cost Go Agains you want in Fi. This is on the lower end of them, right? This is by no means good. But I'm gonna give this like low stale. I think we will see decks that are running Lava Vein Loyalty, just because they're like, I don't want to ever pay a resource in my life ever again in my. So like that's just where I see it.
I think that's really on the money for this one. The fact that it costs 0 is actually a huge step up from the previous 2 cards. The restriction version is like, it's not great, but again, as you said, like if we do like if there is a real need to pad out your deck with as many draconic attacks as possible to make sure that you're hitting your chain links, I think this is like fine. I think definitely your low stale. I'm gonna like agree with that one. There's a card coming up just like with the Cinderskin Devotion and Dust Runner Outlaw. That's like kind of the same card, but -1 defense. But I mean, we'll get to that because there is a card preventing me from just going straight into that one for some reason. Next up, we have Rebellious Rush, which is 2 cost attack for 5, blocks for 2, and it's a Draconic Ninja attack action, and it just says Go Again. So this one is like sort of similar. Was there another one? Maybe I'm just thinking of Engulfing Flame Wave,
it's just Engulfing Flame Wave without on-hit text.
Without the effect. Yeah, and like Engulfing Flame Wave, I think the reason that you would play it is because sometimes you get that effect off, because the effect, as we mentioned, is like legitimately good. This one doesn't have an effect.
Yeah, this one's just rotten. I mean, sure, limited. Hits hard and has Go Again, but I don't know. It's not what you want to do. I don't think in Fi.
No, you can probably do Phoenix form easier than this, and it costs 2 less, and also can potentially draw 3 cards. So
Yeah.
tough living out here for commons, I guess.
Yeah. Next we do have Rising Resentment. This is 0 costs for 3 attack, 2 defense, go again. However, it does have an on hit. This is for the red anyway. We're going to be focusing mostly on reds for Fi. When Rising Resentment hits, you may banish an attack action card from your hand with costs less than the number of Draconic chain links you control. If you do, it costs 1 less to play, and you may play it this turn. So we looked at Lava Vein Loyalty back there, and this is just strictly better. Even with the 1 less defense, you also get a decent on hit. However, I don't know if the on hit is important in constructed, because I mean maybe one of your 1 cost cards gets the nice little bonus, but yeah, this is going to be kind of in the same thing. I think it probably like mid stale. We'll see it in the Cheerio version.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit higher on this, and my reasoning is, as we mentioned, like this is just kind of strictly better than Lava Vein Loyalty outside of the defense. But also, to circle back to something from the very beginning, this card is actually pretty similar to Mounting Anger as well. Except instead of giving it +1, it makes it cost 1 less. So, and because it's a 0 cost attack for 3, that is also a Draconic thing, I think that this like actually maybe makes the cut. Like it's like a good enough on hit that, you know, even if it doesn't hit and your opponent has blocked it, then like cool, whatever. It already has go again, so you can do the thing. But then sometimes it like adds a resource kind of.
Yeah.
So like I could see it. I think I would maybe only want the reds because the other ones are like probably never hitting. They're so easy to block at 2 and 1 attack. But I like the reds specifically. I would probably call the reds like maybe a high stale. I don't want to get like too excited about it, but I could definitely see the reds being played. I just think that they're like just impactful enough to be considered.
Yeah. I think so. It would need to hit second to really get like a 1 cost, or go second. Yeah, I mean it's definitely, yeah. I think high stale is perfect for it, but next we have
like the end of the world, but it's fine. Next up we have Ronin Renegade. Tell us about that.
Ronin Renegade is 0 cost, 3 attack, 2 defense, go again, Draconic Ninja attack action. Some more Cheerios stuff. This one does nothing except hit, and I think probably low stale.
Yeah, I think if this does see play, it's the reds in like an all red Cheerios version that just dies to Iyslander. I think if you want to play Ronin Renegade, you literally just play Rising Resentment. Like I think that they're exactly the same card, but Rising Resentment just has an on hit effect. So if it does see play, it'll be the red just because you want as many 0 for 3 with go agains. But yeah, I think like low stale. Maybe even when compared to Rising Resentment, like high rotten.
Yeah.
Just like it is. If it's good, then cool. I'm glad to be wrong, but it's a lot of these cards are very similar, so the more I see it, the less excited I am.
Yeah, I mean like the ceiling's pretty high on some of the really good stuff for 5, but you know, there's like a lot of draft chaff here, but next we got Soaring Strike. If you want to talk about that bad boy.
Yeah, so this one, Soaring Strike is a 1 cost Draconic Ninja attack action. Attacks for 4, blocks for 2. And it says, when Soaring Strike hits, you may banish an attack action card from your hand with cost less than the number of Draconic chain links you control. If you do, it gains go again, and you may play it this turn with go again.
I mean, I'm hoping your cards have go.
Yeah, like exactly. I don't think the go again is a relevant. Like, there's no value added there. This is just a 1 cost attack for 4. So
yeah, probably rotten. Yeah, it's no reason to play it. Yeah. But that is our Draconic Ninja actions, Draconic Ninja stuff. Now we're getting to the Draconic stuff, which is applicable to both Fi and Dromai, which is very exciting. Like these cards are so cool, and we're starting with our first legendary, which is Flame Scale Furnace. This is a Draconic equipment chest. It defends for 2, and it has temper. For those who don't know, when the combat chain closes, if this has defended, put a -1 counter, and then if it has 0, destroy it. It also has a once per turn instant. Pay 1 resource to gain a resource for each red card in your pitch zone. Activate this ability only if you played a red card this turn. This card is so good. I think it's a legendary, so I would hope it is. I'm just saying it right now, fresh to death. I think probably more so in Dromai than Fi, because I feel like Fi's just not going to pitch that much. With a lot of the 0 cost, but God, in Dromai, this is out of control.
Yeah, like in Dromai, you're actively incentivized to pitch so that you create ashes so you can invoke your dragons and whatever. And I think in Dromai, Flamescale Furnace is very comparable to Teklo Foundry Heart, where you are paying a resource, but sometimes most of the time it will probably add at least 1 resource, and that has been proven to be good enough. That is an effect that people like. So, and it has more upside. Something that's super dumb is this can also just sometimes break frostbites. It's just an additional thing that you can activate that makes your turn maybe a little bit less awkward. I think that the sky is the absolute limit for this card. I think Fresh to Death is exactly where this card belongs. I think it's really cool, and super jealous that one of the other guys pulled a cold foil one.
Oh my God!
I complain as I have all my riches.
Correct me if I'm wrong. In Dromai, you can just once per turn pitch a red, create an ash for free, basically.
Yeah. If you're not doing anything else, you can just use this to create an ash that And with that, that's actually a super good point, because like I was saying, sometimes you have these invokes that you just can't play because you don't have the ash already. Even if this isn't adding a resource, you can create an ash that, oh my God, this card is so good.
Out of control. Fresh to Death. Next you got Sash of Sandakai, which is arguably the best limited card in the set, but where do you rate it in constructed? Or tell us what it does, first of all.
Yeah. So Sash of Sandakai is a Draconic equipment. It's a chest piece. It doesn't have any defense. It does have an ability. You can activate it as an instant, destroy this to gain a resource, and you can only activate it if you've played a red card this turn. So it's similar to like Blood Drop Brocade and that sort of area of chest equipment that does stuff. I think that this card is really it's good. Obviously compared to Flamescale Furnace, it's not quite the same, but looking back to when we were talking about the ninja gloves, I think that if you need if you're the player who doesn't have the ability to get their hands on a Flamescale Furnace, this is a piece of equipment that I would not be embarrassed to bring to an armory event. It's not quite the same as, you show up with Iron Rot and it's just I just didn't have anything else. With Sash, it's impactful, an impactful common. And this is exactly where I want to see these sort of common equipment. I don't want them to be just this is your only option. This is you have to play this bad card. I think Sash is really strong. I think this is a solid fresh, even in constructed. Again, there's the whole budget question of if you can get that, but
I
would not be embarrassed to play Sash.
I can see it being played in Blitz, right, for Fi, right. Flamescale Furnace, it's hard to get any value outside of blocking. With Sash, you do not have to wait to turn 3 with Tunic to get the resource. And I imagine the Fi Blitz deck is going to try to win on turn 1 or 2, right? To go off. And I think actually Sash is insanely good there. So yeah, I agree. Solid fresh. Next is Thaw, which I'm going to tell you what it does, but it also infuriates me. This is a Draconic attack action. It costs 2. It's a red. It's a majestic. It comes in for 6 attack. 6, and has 2 defense. While Thaw is in your graveyard, at the start of your turn, you may banish it. You may banish this 6 attack card and choose one to destroy target Frostbite, destroy target Ice Affliction, unfreeze target frozen card. Now, why it infuriates me is I play a lot of Via. And what the hell? Like, that's what we need this. Like, come on, man. Like, LSS, what are you doing? Like, my girl Levia. But but outside of that, I think this card is a sideboard fresh, right? Just a solid 2 for 6 that has great uses against Oldhim, Lexi, and Iyslander. So yeah, solid fresh.
Yeah, I think exactly the same. Like, this is, if you're not using its graveyard effect, it just is basically just an underwhelming red card. But the fact that it's like, it's like a fine red card on its face, and then it has additional utility that, you get, it's a little bit later, but it is like all 3 of these can be pretty relevant from what I've seen so far with Uprising gameplay in general. And like, if you're using this to destroy, because one of the things is destroy target Ice Affliction, there's one card in Iyslander that I would love to use this to destroy on my turn. So, like, yeah, absolute, like, this in the sideboard matchups where this matters, like, it's a solid card. But outside of that, like, it's whatever.
Yeah, should have been Shadow, but what can you do? What does Liquefy do? Moving on.
Okay, we're gonna talk about Liquefy now, are we? I talked about this on the Living Legends when we were talking about just what previews had happened thus far, and I do not like this card. So Liquefy is a draconic attack reaction. It blocks for 2. It only comes in red, and it costs 1. And this is the first instance that we've seen of this keyword. There's a bunch of new keywords in this set, but this one is Rupture. And that means if Liquefy is played at Chainlink 4 or higher, so Rupture is just if this is Chainlink 4 or higher, target attack action card gains. When this hits a hero, put a -1 counter on an equipment they control, then if it has 0 defense, destroy it. This is, like, really solidly rotten for me, and I don't want it to feel like I'm bullying this card specifically. But, like, what I had said before, which still rings true, is I think this card is so clunky. Like, it's a good effect, but the fact that you have to have attacked 4 times first, and the card that you're playing it on has to be an attack action card. So, like, if you're playing it in Dromai, it can't be just a bunch of like, you can build up to Rupture with a bunch of dragons and then have an attack action or whatever. But this has to be after you've attacked 4 times, then it gives the attack action card an on-hit effect to put a -1 counter on an equipment, and then maybe destroy it. There's a lot of hoops to jump through for this card. If it costs 0, then maybe, but, like, you have to also then have a resource after doing all of your stuff to use this. I really, really don't like this card.
Okay. I could see some hatred coming here. I think I'm not as low, but I'm definitely not high on it. I think in Fi it's going to be an easy thing to do, but how often do you want to do it, right? I think that's going to be the real question is when is it going to be worth putting in your deck? And I think the only thing I can think of is right now off the top of my head is Crown of Seeds, right?
Yeah.
Against Oldhim, I think you're gonna do it, or I guess sometimes Briar, but it doesn't really happen often. But against Oldhim, I think Liquefy will probably perform well, but it's a low stale for me. Sideboard card maybe if Crown of Seeds becomes an issue.
Like, as I said, the effect is fine, but it just has a bunch of red flags for me. Especially the thing is that if you don't play it with its Rupture effect, it does not have any other text. Like, if you play this before the Rupture is active, it is a blank card, which obviously you wouldn't play it, but that's sort of the thing. You have to, for me, it's just you have to go through a bunch of hoops. Again, it is a good effect, but every time I read it, I just get a little bit sad. It's
yeah. But it's all right.
Yeah.
Neither
On
here nor
the
there.
absolute opposite end of the spectrum, I know you were talking about this card a lot, and thankfully it is your turn to talk about it. So let's go from bottom like right to the top, honestly.
Uprising. Uprising. Hey, that's the set title. 0 cost draconic action, 3 defense. It's a red. Your next 4 draconic attacks this turn gain +1. Go again. I mean, that's. I mean, it's so good. I mean, you play this in Dromai. Your little dragons are gonna start beating harder. You know, it feels a lot like some cards in Prism. I don't know all the Prism card names because I hate that deck. But you know, and it's just a great play to start out your turn with Fi. I think this card's just gonna perform so well, and it's just gonna be. I don't know. It's gonna lead to some really huge turns, and I think it's gonna perform at fresh to death level. And yeah, I don't see any reason to not play it in either deck.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that, like, while just sort of maybe mentioning back to when I was talking about Liquefy, like getting to 4 chain links isn't going to be all that hard. So I think that Uprising is going to be like really good because most of the time you'll be able to get the full effect of the buff across the 4 chain links on both heroes, because I mean it does say draconic attacks, so all of your dragons, as you said, like this effectively doubles their power, which is really nice, at least for the small ones. And then for Fi, while this doesn't contribute to a draconic chain link, like, you know, it is just good to give your Phoenix Flames +1. If you have them after something else, then they're coming in for 3. And they're your cards that you can pretty easily recycle and stuff. Like, I think it's a really solid card. I like it. I think it has more overall utility in Dromai, which sounds like super weird. I do still think that it's good in Fi, but I think I like it in Dromai just because, you know, again, it's a red card that turns on your go agains. I think attacking with your Ether Ashwings for 2 each is like kind of scary. So yeah, I think you're right on the money again. Like fresh to death level performance from this card. Just a generically solid card for the Draconic heroes.
Big time, big
Um,
time. But the next card is
yeah,
also super good. Tell us what Tome of Firebrand does.
gladly. Okay, so this card, this is crazy. You're not gonna believe me when I say any of these words. So Tome of Firebrand is a Draconic instant. It costs 1, and it is a red card. And you can play this only if you control 4 or more Draconic chain links. And it reads, draw 2 cards. In both heroes, this is disgusting. Like, this is just so generically good.
It is out of control, man. This card is like I believe Sin he did a video on like some crazy like chain links you can get with Fi, and this is going to be the marquee card of, I think, the set. I think in a lot of ways, just because of how crazy some of these turns will be. This is an easy fresh to death for me.
Yeah, like same here. Like the fact that these last 2 cards have been about, you know, 4 chain links or something. The fact that I was like dunking on Liquefy so bad for being like, you know, you have to get to 4 and then all this stuff. If I do 4 things and then have a resource later, do I want to give an attack an on-hit effect that may not happen, or draw 2 cards? I would love to spend that 1 resource to draw 2 cards instead. Like I think this card is nuts. Like I think this is like probably just an easy 3 of in both decks.
I think so.
Drawing cards is so powerful. Like just it's so good.
It's so very, and Fi is really gonna make use of it, because it also does not break the chain at instant, which is really important.
Yeah, you get to keep all of your chain links in place and then potentially draw into, like, this is the sort of thing where you're going to play this after playing some Phoenix Flames and you're going to top deck a Phoenix form and your opponent is just going to like actually like just crumble to dust.
They already blocked everything and they're just like, oh, I just lose, you know. And oh god, it's
and imagine this getting a discount from Blood of the Drakai too. Like, come on, man.
Oh god. And then I mean, and then you can you've at this point you've pitched a bunch of reds, and then you can activate the chess piece. Oh my god!
Yeah,
All right.
it's all coming together, and it's all disgusting.
This is so disgusting. Next, we have Red Hot, which is one of 2 Dromai Dromai or Phi specializations. This one seems to do a little bit better in Dromai, but Red Hot is 2 for a 4 attack Draconic attack action with 3 defense. It is a specialization for either hero. It has Rupture. If Red Hot is played at chain link 4 or higher, it has, when you attack with this, reveal the top X cards of your deck, where X is the number of Draconic chain links you control. Deal damage equal to the number of red cards revealed this way to any target, then shuffle. I had the pleasure of playing this in Sealed, and it won games, and I can see it win games in Constructed easily. Not so much in Phi, though I could see an argument to run like 1 Red Hot in Phi, just as hey, let's pile on, let's finish this insane turn with a Red Hot and kill you. It's gonna perform well. It doesn't have go again, so you're gonna have to finish. Well, you want to finish your turn with this anyway. So I'm gonna say it's probably like a low fresh. It's not the end all be all, but I think it's gonna perform very well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think this works. It's like a little bit easier to make it work as good as you want it to in Dromai, because you have the ability to pump up your Draconic chain links just like really, really easily if you're making enough Ether Ashwings and stuff. Like it's and this is the type of card that I would want to end my turn on. Like I know we were talking about some of those other like the senpais for Draconic Illusionist, where it's like, yeah, you could end your turn with this, but it doesn't feel as impactful. Like this can do some serious damage, and even if it doesn't get like, even if you don't reveal a bunch of red cards, like, you know, it is extra damage, and maybe it kills one of their allies. Like it can, it's just like pretty good as like a big finisher. So yeah, I think I would probably rate this, yeah, maybe like low fresh. Like I think it's good. It's not the sort of thing where you would necessarily want 3 of them. It's one of those things where it's like you see it mid game and you're like, I'm gonna Arsenal this and then like build up a board and then potentially hit my opponent for a bunch. Like I think it's solid as a fun of maybe.
Next we got Rise Up though. This one's pretty interesting. What does this one do?
Yeah, so this one I think is this one I think is really strong. So this is a Draconic attack action. It is the other Dromai or Phi specialization, which, by the way, I think that's just a really cool thing that they did, where like you could play both of these cards. You can kind of see which one they're supposed to fit in, but like you can try it out in the other ones, and there's nothing wrong with that. But this has it's a 1-cost attack for 3, blocks for 3, doesn't have go again, but it does have Rupture. So if Rise Up is played as Chainlink 4 or higher, it has Dominate and plus X attack, where X is twice the number of Phoenix Flames you control. So the thing that I really like about this is if you have 1 Phoenix Flame, the like worst possible case scenario that you're actually still getting this trigger off, this is a 1-cost attack for 5 with Dominate.
Yeah,
and
that's
then it gets
the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, like if you have 3 of them, this comes in for 9 with Dominate. Obviously, it's the same thing as Phoenix Form, where is that going to happen all the time? No, but I think 2 is like a pretty solid assumption that you can make for cards like this. In that case, it's a 1-cost attack for 7 with Dominate. Same sort of thing as Red Hot. I think it's a fantastic finisher. I don't know for this one that you would want to have it as a full 3 of. I think probably 2 is where I'd like to see this. You could make an argument for 3 just so that you see it like frequently, but this is one of those things where you've like crafted a turn specifically for the huge Rise Up finisher. This is like a 2nd cycle card probably. But yeah, I like it. I would say probably still like maybe mid fresh. I like this one a little bit better than Red Hot, but yeah. What do you think?
I'm right there with you. I think it's gonna be one of those perfect button up cards to play in Phi. It will win some games 100%, which is great. I love sprinkling those one-ofs of finishers in decks, and Rise Up seems like right in that wheelhouse. So Yeah, excited to lose to it. Next we got Blaze Headlong. This is a draconic attack action. It's a common. 0 cost. It's red. 4 attack, 2 defense. If you play another red card this turn, Blaze Headlong has go again, and this is a limited card only.
Yeah.
Though I could see, I mean, this more so than the other 0 cost 3 go agains has a little more, I guess, juice for Fi.
Yeah, like it is. The 0 for 4 is a better breakpoint in general. Like this is kind of a Scar for a Scar, which is like a fine card. It is obviously less. It is a little bit more limited, but also at the same time not as much, because while this has a requirement for you to do other stuff and Scar for a Scar doesn't, I think it's easier to maneuver this one if you're in a less favorable position, because obviously, like if you have more life than your opponent, then Scar for a Scar is always going to be worse than this card. Like there's no way for it to be better. So like I think it's fine. I don't know that the deck is like hurting that much for effects like this. And the fact that it is like another red card as opposed to like this is, Draconic Chainlink 2 or higher or something, I think that does make it a little bit worse, but I think it is definitely like more for limited. I would love to see this being played. I think it's like cool. But I mean it's dependent on how much you really need another Scar for a Scar.
I think high stale. I think we'll see it. I think we'll see it in that Cheerios deck. The next card I'm really high on though. Can you tell us about Breaking Point?
Yes. So Breaking Point is a 1 cost draconic attack action. It attacks for 5 and blocks for 3. Also, just really quick side note, something that I just realized. I knew this like in my head. All of the draconic cards, even the commons, only come in red.
Yeah.
That is like we've been saying it this whole time. But I just like saw all the cards here and I was like, oh yeah, these don't come in other colors. Like, okay. But yeah, so this is, as I said, a red card, costs 1, and it has Rupture. If Breaking Point is played as Chainlink 4 or higher, it has when this hits a hero, destroy all cards in their arsenal.
Pretty good.
Like, kind of. Like, there's obviously reasons why it's not, but I will say it kind of just a common Command and Conquer.
Yeah. I mean,
like,
I think it's worth noting that you're going to want to find these button up cards for Fi, because it doesn't feel great to end the Fi turn with just like one of the go agains, right? You kind of want some kind of like really good finisher, right? Because I think Breakpoint really fulfills that role. Coming in for 5 for 1 is no joke, right? Blocks for 3, and at the Rupture point, it's it's a must block if they want to keep their arsenal. So it's good for all the reasons it's good for all the reasons that Command and Conquer is, just with the caveat of needing to be played in a high chain link, which draconic decks want to do anyway. So yeah, I'm like low fresh on it, but I think it's very good.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a card that we will see. Like it's not as much as I want to say, like as I basically just compared it to Command and Conquer, it is obviously a lot less just generically good. Like there is a situation where this is a lot worse than a Command and Conquer, but like as you said, like a 1 cost attack for 5 that after your opponent has blocked a bunch of your dinky stuff, like you can maybe get some card advantage by destroying their arsenal and making them go -1 on that. Like the rate for it is totally fine. The effect will be relevant, I think, but yeah, like low fresh. I think it's a solid inclusion in a Fi deck.
Next is a card that I don't think you're gonna like, Burn Away.
Yeah, tell us about that one.
Burn Away is 0 cost for a 2 attack draconic attack action, 3 defense. As an additional cost to play it, you may banish a Phoenix Flame from your graveyard. When you do, Burn Away gains +2 and go again. I don't think you want to get rid of your Phoenix Flames, and this is fine in limited, but I don't think this is what you want to do.
I would be totally okay with this type of effect if it was on a card like Rise Up or like Breaking Point, where it's something where you very obviously want to like end like a big turn with, and you are trying to, as you say, like you're looking for like a button up card to just push through a ton of pressure, to, you know, maybe have some inevitability. The fact that this becomes a 0 for 4 with go again by getting rid of one of your like engine pieces, yeah, feels really bad. You're absolutely right. I don't like this card. Just on principle, I'm giving it a rotten because I don't like it.
I think it is a true rotten for constructed,
Yeah.
actually, but you know, it is what it is. I think the next one you might like though, Flameborn Retribution.
Yeah, I think some handsome guys revealed this one. So for those of you who aren't aware, Flameborn Retribution was my channel, the Spike Feeders. That was our preview that we were sent. And yeah, this is a one cost draconic attack action. Attacks for 3 and blocks for 2. And it has the text: when you defend with Flameborn Retribution, if you've been dealt damage this turn, you may return a Phoenix Flame from your graveyard to your hand, and it has go again. So this is like kind of a modular card, which I think is like kind of cool, and I'm totally fine with. I mean, Flesh and Blood cards are kind of modular inherently because they pitch, they attack, they block, whatever. But this one is like, it's either, if you need it to be an attack to extend your chain links, it's like not terrible. It's a 1 for 3. I do, as much as I want to say that I love this card and I think it's broken, whatever, because it was our preview card, it is definitely like more of a limited card,
Yeah.
but I do genuinely like the design of it. Because again, like if you need it to be an attack, it can be an attack. If you need it to block, it kind of gives you, it's kind of a free block for 2 because it replaces itself with the Phoenix Flame, which is a card that you want, and it can help you build up to those turns where you have cards that care about Phoenix Flame. So yeah, like from a playability standpoint, like probably mid to low stale, but from this card is really cool and well designed standpoint, instant fresh to death. I like what they were doing here. It is cool.
Yeah, yeah. It will have its use cases, and I think probably that low stale area is good. But it is nice to like defend with a card and set up for your big Phoenix Flame turns. So
Yeah,
that
like
that's
it's
cool.
neat. I like it. It's neat.
Next we got Flame Call Awakening. This is a 1 for 3 3 attack, 2 defense, draconic action, attack action. When you attack with Flame Call Awakening, if you played another red card this turn, you may search your deck for a Phoenix Flame, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Go again. Now this is the setup piece, right? Flame Call Awakening seems to make your Phoenix forms look a lot better. I'm going to give this a high fresh. Actually, I think this is exactly where you want to be in the deck.
Yeah. Yeah, like outside of Fi, like I don't think that Dromai would ever want to even look at this card. It kind of like I know what they were going for, and I think they're leaving it open for like Draconic Illusionist or you know even other Draconic heroes. They want them to be able to interact with Phoenix Flames, but as it stands like right now, this is basically just a ninja card. Like you're really only going to see it in Fi, and I think in Fi, especially for the deck that I want to make, I need to run 3 of these, because getting access to your Phoenix Flames as soon as you possibly can is like super important. If you do have, like, if this is the second chain link that you've done, this searches out the Phoenix Flame, which becomes your third Draconic chain link. Like it helps to build a chain, like it's 2 chain links kind of on its own, which I think is really cool. So yeah, I would do like high fresh, like low fresh to death. From like me being real and how much I'm going to play it, it is an absolute fresh to death because I'm jamming 3.
I mean that huge Phoenix Flame deck is going to need it, and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
going to perform well. What does Inflame do?
This is basically just in the same package
Mm-hmm.
for the big Phoenix Flame deck, but this is another Draconic attack action. It costs 0, which, as we've mentioned, is nice. Only attacks for 1 for the red, blocks for 2, and it says when you attack with Inflame, if you've played another red card this turn, you may return a Phoenix Flame from your graveyard to your hand, and then this has go again. Yeah, I think that this is an easy include in the Phoenix Flame Fi deck. Like it is, like I said with Flame Call Awakening, it's 2 chain links at the very minimum to help you get to rupture stuff. It makes the ability, like the other thing with these cards, with specifically Flame Call and Inflame, they also help discount Fi's ability,
Mm-hmm.
which is like a very real consideration about how these play into the deck. Because once you've, like, if you get the Inflame off, It means that you've already had a chain link before. This becomes the second chain link. You get your third chain link, which is a Phoenix Flame. Fi's ability now costs 0, and you can get another Phoenix Flame back, which is then the fourth, which is your Rupture. So like this card is instrumental. Same with Flame Call Awakening in getting those wide enough turns to have like really crazy stuff happen. So again, from the deck that I want to play, the Phoenix Flame version, this is an absolute 3 of fresh to death. Card's great. It doesn't even matter what else it does. It just gets Phoenix Flames back.
Yeah, it's incremental damage. People don't like to block those ones, so yeah, I'm right there with you. It's the same as Flame Call Awakening. Next is Lava Burst. This is a 0-cost Draconic attack action. It has 2 attack, 3 defense. It's Rupture. If it's played at Chain Link 4 or higher, it gains +3. This is not going to be good enough, and it doesn't really, do enough, I don't think, in Constructed. Fine and limited, but 0 for 5 after you've done 4 things already is fine, but it's just not there.
There are other things that you can do to have like really good finishers. I do have a story about this from my pre-release that I really want to tell. It does involve a card that we haven't talked about yet, but it's worth it, I promise. So I was playing Dromai, as I mentioned, and there's a card in Dromai that is it's one of the rares that's just a regular illusionist non-attack action, and it's called Transmogrify. And we will be again talking about this later, but just for a brief overview, this says the next attack action card you play this turn is Illusionist, has 8 base attack, and gains Phantasm. One of the things I was able to do was use this to turn on my Dragon's Go again, and then end with a Lava Burst after getting Rupture online, and it came in for 11.
That's pretty cool. That's cool.
Outside of that situation, card sucks. I think they're way better finishers, but that one turn right there, fresh to death. That's the best experience I've ever had. Yeah. My opponent was at 16. I attacked him with 3 dragons for a total of 5, and then this, and he was like, "Oh, I'm dead on board if I don't block." And I was like, "Yeah."
That's awesome. That's awesome.
But,
yeah,
definite limited card.
Yeah. I wish that would happen all the time. But what does Searing Touch do?
Yeah, so Searing Touch, I don't have any cool stories about this one, but it is a Draconic attack action, costs 1, attacks for 3, blocks for 3, also has Rupture, and the Rupture effect is if Searing Touch is played as Chainlink 4 or higher, it has when you attack with this, deal 2 damage to any target. Definitely limited. I do like the fact that it's like flexible in what it can do, where it can ping off an ally or something, but it's like kind of the same card as Lava Burst, where it becomes basically 5 damage. It is split, but it's still basically just a card that becomes 5 damage. So like definite limited fodder.
Rotten for Constructed.
Yeah,
I'll be surprised if I see this one on the table.
Absolutely, very surprised.
And our last Draconic attack action, or last Draconic card in general, Stoke the Flames. This is a 1-cost, 4 attack, Draconic attack action with 3 defense. When it hits, you may return a Phoenix Flame from your graveyard to your hand. If you do, Stoke the Flames gains go again. My thoughts here is it's just not enough. You gotta I don't want to have to hit with it to like even have a turn, because if you don't, your turn's just like garbage, and you don't need that.
Exactly. No, like with the other 2 that I was talking about, that I was like, yeah, these are absolutely great. This does have like the effect to return a Phoenix Flame, but it puts all of the agency in your opponent's hand, where it's like, yeah, I have a sink below, or like I'm blocking with something, and you have an attack reaction, but I still have something to prevent the damage. And it just shuts it off entirely. Like with Flame Call Awakening and Inflame, they like could have had 0 attack. Like I honestly wouldn't have cared, and I think they're still like what I want to play. Obviously, them having attack is better than not having attack, but they don't have to hit is the point.
Yeah.
They do their thing regardless, but this one, it gives your opponent the ability to like shut you off from doing the thing you want to do. So yeah, like this one deflates me a bit when I see like this is the options that I have for Phoenix Flame stuff. So yeah, like very low stale. Very like
close to
basically rotten. Bordering on rotten. Yeah.
So that was the Draconic stuff. We're gonna get to Iyslander here. All right, and now we have Iyslander, who we saw initially in Everfest when we talked about it not too long ago. we have the adult version now. Iyslander Stormbind. If you don't know what Iyslander does, she is an elemental wizard hero with Essence of Ice. She has 4 intellect and 36 health at the adult version, 18 at the young version. If it is not your turn, you may play blue non-attack just action cards. Non-attack action cards. Sorry. I'm like all over the place. From your arsenal as though they were an instant. Whenever you play an ice card during an opponent's turn, create a frostbite token under their control. This is the annoying hero, as
she's got some really, really annoying tools from this set too. And I was on the receiving end of a lot of them. But like in general, obviously in the moment I didn't like it as much because it's annoying, but like I like the fact that they took Wizard, who was previously only Kano and only just, I'm counting to 20, I want to deal as much damage to you as possible. And they were also able to create like a control version of that. Whether or not it's better than Kano's playstyle is like not what I want to even get into. But the fact that they have this thing that they provided, and then they're giving you a different option for a different type of playstyle within the same sort of general category. This is like a fantastic way of doing that. So yeah, whether or not Iyslander is like good is still up for debate, especially in my head, but like with these new tools that she got, I think there's a really strong argument to be made.
Yeah, and you make a good point. And actually, this is something I talked with Hayden last week on the podcast, that this is a great example of giving a class a talent and making it feel totally different, which is it's like a home run, And I'm going to be annoyed with all the frostbites I'll be getting over the next couple months, but we still have to talk about the cards, damn it. So let's get into Encase first. This is a red 0 cost elemental wizard action with 3 defense. This is a majestic. It has Ice Fusion, which, if you don't know, as an additional cost to play Encase, you may reveal an ice card from your hand, and if you do, it will usually get an additional effect. Deal 3 arcane damage to any target if Encase was fused and deals damage to a hero, so it needs it to do both. Freeze that hero and all equipment they control until the start of their next turn. A frozen object can't be played or activated. So, freeze is pretty strong, I think.
Yeah, I mean, especially with this one being able to freeze all equipment they control. Like I just to compare it to something that already exists and that I am fully in love with, Lexi has a card called Light It Up, which is like kind of similar, except it's you basically blank equipment based on how much damage you get to do with it. So this is just, even if you deal 1 damage, it freezes them and all their stuff. Without Fuse, it is just like there's a wizard common zap. This is like just that. But I think the Fuse, it isn't that difficult to get off. And depending on the matchup, some people will have better ways of actually fully blocking the 3 arcane. But, you have ways of buffing this up. Like Ether Wildfire, this coming in for like 7, and being impossible to block and costing 0. Like, I think that this is like decent. I like what it's doing. The fact that it's Ice Fusion and the fact that it is a red, so you can't like play at an instant speed from your arsenal with Iyslander, is like maybe a little bit awkward, but I think the effect is like maybe strong enough to excuse that a bit. I would definitely say like a strong fresh on this one.
Yeah, and I think it's also worth noting to name the weapon, because it's not talented, so it wasn't next to the other cards. But Waning Moon, you'll be mooning people, as people have been saying. This is a wizard weapon staff, 2-handed, once per turn instant, pay 2 to deal 2 arcane damage to target hero. If it is not your turn, instead deal 3 arcane damage to them. Activate this ability only if you played a non-attack action card this turn. I don't know if Waning Moon is going to be the weapon for her in Constructed. I have a feeling it's still going to be Kraken's Aether Vein, but worth noting what the Waning Moon does.
Yes, no, that's a very good catch. But Yeah, Waning Moon is like definitely it's really strong and limited. It
Mhm.
is like a really, really good weapon, but I think for what Iyslander wants to do, Kraken's Ether Vein just like is strong. And also since we talked about Everfest, people have come around on Kraken's Ether Vein, and I think I would have to check the tapes, but I'm pretty sure out of the gate I was like, I think this card is good, and everybody was like, no, it is bad, and I was like, I think it's good, and then people were like, hey, this card is good. I'm
This card's
like,
pretty good.
so yeah, so
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
that Moon is like fine, but
yeah.
I think that Aether Vein is better, and yeah, I think Encase is like a strong, yeah,
Strong
strong
fresh.
fresh.
Yeah, yeah,
The
strong
fact that it
fresh.
just has to deal 1 damage is
Hmm.
like really annoying.
Really good, and like and it's it's also worth noting for freeze that it's just if your hero has activated abilities, so
Yeah.
it's not triggered stuff. So like at first I was terrified as a Leviathan player that this was gonna like just kill me, but it's not. It won't do that. So just so you guys know out there.
You're
Next
just
is
looking about it. You're looking
next.
at it and moping. You're like,
I'm like,
no,
no.
Iyslander has a sleep dart too.
Yeah, I'm like, what the heck? You know, it's just like the Leviathan hate continues. What does freezing point do?
Okay, that's a good question. I think
This,
we were just mentioning this in the break. I very full disclosure, I haven't actually gotten a chance to like really internalize a lot of the Iyslander cards. So a lot of these are going to be like off the cuff and on the fly. But okay, so freezing point is another red elemental wizard action. So it's a non-attack action. Blocks for 3, costs 3 as well, and it has ice fusion, and it says deal 5 damage or deal 5 arcane damage to target hero. If freezing point was fused, instead deal X arcane damage, where X is 5 plus the number of frostbites, ice afflictions, and frozen cards they control. I mean, you know how we were talking about finishers?
yeah, this is a huge hitter right here. I mean,
Yeah,
God, this is it's
yeah,
what the 5 arcane can deal X. It's like God, this could be so huge. Like you go encase into this or something like that, or not even encase. Like, there's some other cards that just create a bunch of frostbites. Yeah,
yeah,
this one seems like a fresh to death. I think this is going to be one of those cards that people complain about. Um,
yeah. This is actually one of the things that I remember mentioning about Iyslander is it's the same thing with Oldhim and just kind of like ice in general. Is there was all the complaints when Oldhim was first starting to get played at like local armories and stuff, and it's like Oldhim is really really good at not dying, but he's also really bad at killing his opponent. Like you can elongate the game like forever, but you don't have like a finisher. And it
hmm
was kind of the same with Iyslander, where it's like you can keep giving your opponent frostbites, and you could do like it was more like a mid-range strategy where it's like you're slowing your opponent down and doing like ping damage or whatever, just getting in stuff while you can. Yeah, freezing point just is the finisher. And like you said, there are some commons in here that I saw because they were played against me that will make this really strong. And I mean, it's the same thing. Like as you said, it's like maybe Magical Christmas Land, but Encase dealing 1 damage and freezing 4 of their equipment, and then this dealing plus 4 damage because of it, like might actually happen. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine we're gonna see stuff like that. I don't know how often, but it's scary. That's
Yeah,
one
the
way to put it.
the potential is dizzying. And
Next we have
then
our
next up
first.
we have
Oh yeah. Next we have
oh,
our.
I was just gonna
Next we have our first rare sigil of permafrost. This is our first defense reaction, is it not? Um.
our, for wizards they had Sigil of Parapets
Okay.
in Everfest, but that basically doesn't exist. So yeah, this is like the first wizard defense reaction.
Well, this is our first defense reaction today. As far as I can remember, we had some attack reactions.
Is it? Yeah, we
Uh,
had attack reactions.
yeah.
Yeah, no, we had that like sand cover or whatever, which is kind of a defense reaction, but it
Yeah.
is an instant. So yeah, actually, no, you're right. This is the first defense reaction we've seen.
So it comes in red, yellow, and blue. The red here does, or it's cost 1 for a 4 defense reaction. It has ice fusion. If it was fused, the next time you deal arcane damage to a hero this turn, create that many frostbite tokens under their control. So my initial reaction here is I don't think it's going to be as easy as some people think to do this and then give them a bunch of frostbites.
Yeah.
For
I,
Iyslander.
I don't necessarily think that is the required outcome for this. I think, like, looking at the other things, I kind of just like the blue, because Iyslander wants a bunch of blues anyway, so it kind of fits in there. Like, you are defending for 2, but getting that effect is like not insignificant, especially with some of the easier ways that she has to deal arcane damage. Like, yeah, I don't think it's going to be the most impactful card of all time, but I think I can definitely see a game where somebody gets absolutely blown out because like their opponent plays a fused Sigil of Permafrost and then like hits them for 5, and then their turn is just like
Yeah.
over. I guess the thing is too with this sort of effect is if you have to do this defense reaction early in the turn, which is kind of weird because then you're giving up all of your surprises right away. Because otherwise, if this is like the last thing that you do for your opponent's turn, you can give them as many frostbites as you want, but then they just pass and they all go away. So
Yeah.
it could be a little bit awkward there. The effect is really strong. It might just be awkward to fit it in the right spot. So as I'm talking about it, I'm actually getting less excited about it as I realize the implications of it. So like,
It's just like a lot of work, I think, and I think it's probably
yeah,
going to be stale. And
yeah.
I'll be interested to see how it can be good. I guess is the
Yeah,
way.
it's. I think I'm now right there with you. I was
Yeah.
initially going to give this a fresh, and then I was like, you do it right away.
Yeah. Next is Ice and Eternal. Tell us what that does.
So this one is interesting. I'm just looking at it because it's a double X cost, which we saw like we haven't seen that many times, and
Mhm.
usually it's kind of cool when these show up. So what does it do? It's a blue card. It's an elemental wizard action. It blocks for 3, and as I said, it costs XX. It is an Iyslander specialization, and it has Ice Fusion. And the effect is create X Frostbite tokens under target hero's control. Then, if Ice Eternal was fused, deal arcane damage to that hero equal to the number of Frostbites they control.
Pretty
So,
decent. So you want to play this out of Arsenal with her, right? On
yes.
their turn.
Yeah. I mean I do like this, but I like it more as like instead of seeing, oh well, I can pump a bunch of resources into this, I like it more in the situation where it's like you're able to create a bunch of frostbites or something, and then you just play this for its base for like even actually yeah you could play it for 0. You'd create 0 frostbites, but then you still get the like fused effect. I don't know if that's actually a good use case for it, but maybe that damage ends up actually being like good enough. Um, this is a weird card.
Yeah.
Like the amount of resources they have to pump into it is like pretty significant, which is why I'm thinking like, what if you just played it for 0 and you just have the fuse effect? But in that case, then you have to have at least this and an ice card in your hand, so it
This
is like a
and
lot less flexible.
I think this is going to perform like a low fresh. I think what we'll see
Yeah.
is they're going to Arsenal it, pass the turn, their first attack, right? Response, maybe pitch 2 blues, three frostbites plus the fusion, 3 damage. Not the
Yeah.
worst. It stops their. I mean, it should stop their turn in its
Mhm.
tracks, and then you still have the option to kind of like block with the ice card that you revealed if you need to.
Yeah.
I think it's going to perform well. I don't think it's gonna
Yeah.
it's gonna like set the world on fire, but I think it will perform well.
Yeah. Maybe if I was, maybe I'm contextualizing it wrong because I was like, oh, damage. Because, like, we had the big damage thing before. But yeah, like, maybe this is just a way to, it's incremental damage that also, like, you're making tokens that has damage sometimes tacked on if you have the Ice Fusion.
Mm-hmm.
And in that event, like, yeah, I think that's fine. From a damage perspective, it's definitely maybe underwhelming unless you are able to just give them a ridiculous amount of frostbites all in one turn. But I think that's going to be definitely a magical Christmas land scenario.
It's also worth noting that we're going to see a card coming up soon that really makes you want them to have a bunch of frostbites. So, yeah, which I think is probably where Iyslander is going to land. Next, we do have Succumb to Winter, which I'm sure you do quite a bit up in Canada.
It actually, okay, side note, in certain places in Winnipeg today, it snowed.
Oh, wow. Okay,
I
interesting.
wish I was joking. I really, really do.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Succumb to Winter or Summer, I guess. It comes in red, yellow, or blue. We're going to talk about the blue, I think, because it's the one you can play at instant speed. Succumb to Winter has it costs 3 for Elemental Wizard action with 3 defense. Has Ice Fusion. Says deal 3 arcane damage to any target. If Succumb to Winter was fused and targets a hero, destroy a frozen card in their arsenal. If it was fused and targets a frozen ally, destroy that ally. So the fusion here is dependent on the frozen.
Yeah.
And I think it's fine. It's a little resource intensive. I'll probably land stale here.
Yeah, I again, because I revealed my hand at the beginning of this section. There might be cards that make me feel less sort of unimpressed with this card because, as you say, the fact that its secondary effect is not only gated behind fusion, but it is also it has to be a frozen thing, which this doesn't inherently do, which means you're relying on something else to fuse it. And with a base cost of 3, the damage that it does is fine. I think there are more comparable cards that cost 1 less that do this amount of damage or somewhere around that. So really, the reason that you would play this card is for that effect. If there's a really good way to freeze stuff like for free or on command, then I could see this being played because it is pretty decent card disadvantage for your opponent. But as it is right now, yeah, stale probably. Yeah. I'm willing to come around on it, but for right now, eh.
We will not be succumbing to that winter. What does Aether Icebane do?
I'm glad you asked because it's the next card on the list. So Aether Icebane is an elemental wizard non-attack action. Comes in all 3 flavors, and I'll just talk about the blue one again. I think that it just makes sense when we're talking about Iyslander cards. Mm-hmm. But it costs 3, blocks for 3. Also has Ice Fusion, and it reads deal 3 arcane damage to any target. If this was fused and deals damage to a hero, they discard a card unless they pay 2 resources. This one I am a little bit more impressed with because, the fusion actually does something in a vacuum. Mm-hmm. I mean, the only situation in which it doesn't is if they have no cards in hand, which is a great scenario for you to be in anyway. It's still not I'm still not super happy about it, but I'm more impressed with this than I am with Succumb to Winter because I think it's just going to be active in more scenarios.
It's a better effect, yeah. I mean,
yeah, in general, Hand Disruption and Flesh and Blood is really good. And this sort of ice, discard a card unless they pay is oh, you can either put this in your graveyard or your pitch zone. So it's not the most punishing for your opponent, but it's still fine. I don't know if it's necessarily good enough, but I would say high stale at least for this one. I think that it is better than Succumb to Winter in that respect. So
yeah, I'm on high stale, maybe low fresh, depending on maybe the red is pumps out enough damage that it matters that you do it on your turn. But it's definitely a potent effect and something to look at. Next we have Brain Freeze. This one I'm going to talk about all 3 flavors here. It's Elemental Wizard action. It costs 0 and has 3 defense. It has Ice Fusion. Target opponent for the red. Target opponent reveals their hand. If Brain Freeze was fused, put an action card with cost 2 or less from their hand on top of their deck. Yellow is 1 or less. Blue is 0 or less. This is something I actually like. This is really cool control play for Iyslander. Set up some set up some good turns for yourself and set up some bad turns for your opponent. I'm like fresh
Mhm.
on this.
I would agree. I definitely think like the first thing that I thought of was like, oh man, this isn't an ice card, so you can't also give them a frostbite. If you like play this out of your arsenal at instant speed. But in general, like yeah, like if you are able to get the blue one at instant speed on your opponent's turn, like it makes their turn really awkward. This, you know, on your own turn, being able to do that sort of thing, it does still take away that card from them for their whole turn, which can be relevant for, you know, making sure they don't have enough to either kill you or enough to arcane barrier, enough to pitch for arcane barrier, so that you can still deal a bunch of damage to them. I think it's just a like yeah, just like a really flexible card. Um, it's kind of unfortunate that it doesn't really. I mean, it does do something if you don't fuse it. You just get to like look at their hand,
Yeah.
which just feels like invasive. It's like, hey, let
Yeah.
me take a look at that. Are you gonna do anything with it?
No,
No.
no. Yeah.
But
Oh, you're gonna kill me. That's great. Thanks for the
yeah, oh,
information.
nice.
What does Icebind do?
What does it do? So it's an elemental wizard action. Comes in all three flavors. Costs 0 across all three. Blocks for 3 across all three. Has ice fusion, as most of these cards have so far. And it deals three arcane damage to any target. That's for the red. It steps down for each of the other colors. Then, if Icebind was fused and deals damage to a hero, freeze a card in their arsenal until the start of your next turn. So now we're kind of getting to see some of the ways to enable, you know, freezing
Mm-hmm.
things. And I mean, this is a blue card. This does come in blue, so you could potentially like instant speed this out. Um, I don't know that I like this card as much as I want to.
I'm
Um,
probably a little bit higher on the red. For your
hmm,
own turn.
yeah,
I think it's interesting because you can do this incremental damage, and I think it's so hard to get out of that Kano mindset where you're just like,
that's
oh, we
true.
just want to like bang them for like 30. But I think this is gonna be this. I think the red Icebind might be like one of those cards that's like super annoying because first of all, it gives you a lot of information, right? You play this out, and you're like, how much do they want to pitch to prevent this damage? How much do they value that arsenal of theirs?
That's
I
fair.
mean, that kind of information might be something that because of the way Iyslander is going to play, a little more control-y, a little more incremental, is like good info, and it's chipping in
Hmm.
as well. Um, that's just my take on it. I don't think it's going to be stellar, probably like high stale, but that's where I'm landing on it.
I think I agree with you. Like it's cool, and I do like your point there about sort of how much do you care about this
Yeah.
is like actually valuable information to have. So yeah, I think I agree. I could see it doing some things, but again, a lot of these cards just needing the fusion does make them like less widely applicable.
Mhm.
So it's kind of hard for me to really love them as much as maybe they deserve. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, that
Um,
makes sense. But yeah,
yeah,
I the Arsenal thing is gonna come up, I think. So we'll
absolutely.
see. Next we have Polar Cap. This is 2 for a Elemental Wizard action, 3 defense, Ice Fusion, deal 4 arcane. This is the red. Deal four, 3 and 2 arcane damage to any target. If it was fused and deals damage to a hero, create a Frostbite token under their control. Um, I think the blue might be see play. Just for one, Frostbite might not be enough. But
Yeah.
I'm like high stale on this one. It's like more of a draft
Yeah.
card.
It's one of those things where at first I was like, I mean, it does present like a speed bump or something, but the thing about it is with the blue, assuming we're playing the blue, you put it in your arsenal and you're able to instant speed it out on your opponent's turn. If it was an ice card, it would just create a frostbite token on its own. For this one, you do have to fuse it for that.
Mm-hmm.
There is also 2 damage, but it also costs 2 resources, which, yeah, I think there are probably ice cards that exist already that can do like a pretty good impression of this, if not an exact impression of it, with fewer hoops. So, yeah, like I think this is mostly for draft, just to like get things rolling.
Yeah, yeah. What about Conduit of Frostburn?
So this is the ice wizard equipment for their hands, for their arms. And this is the Iyslander piece of equipment that has Quell. Each of the heroes had one piece of common equipment with Quell, so this is theirs. And the effect on this one is instant. Destroy this. The next card you play this turn with an effect that deals arcane damage gains. When this deals arcane damage to a hero, destroy a frozen card in their arsenal. Uh, Once again, like with what I was talking about with what was it, Succumb to Winter, depending on how easy it is to really freeze things in your opponent's arsenal, that first effect might not ever do anything. I mean, sometimes it might do something cool, and it is destroy a card in their arsenal, which is just straight up, it's a 1-for-1. You're getting rid of your gloves and getting rid of their thing. So it can be really good. It's just dependent on how easy it is for that case to be active. It's a little bit less relevant because this is a piece of equipment and not a card that you actually need to play. So it's like fine. And again, Quell. I like Quell. Quell's
Yeah,
good.
Quell's
I
good.
think it's a good effect. Yeah.
I'm like probably like high stale because I'm trying to think, like, I don't know if you're gonna want to play the Metacarpus nodes in this deck. So I think just like you're gonna play this card maybe.
Just because it has upside sometimes.
Yeah, if you're freezing stuff in arsenals and stuff, it's just worth it, I think. Next we have Frost Hex, which is which is going to
terrified
be
of this card, by the way.
terrifying. This is a majestic. This is an Ice Wizard action, Affliction Aura. So an Affliction enters the arena under an opposing hero's control. If you're familiar with Magic the Gathering, it's like a curse. This is a blue. It costs 3. It defends for 3. It is an Iyslander specialization. Frostbites you control have at the beginning of your end phase, this deals 1 arcane damage to you. So this is like if you did not pay for your Frostbites, they will pay. They'll make you pay in a way. So
yeah,
this is going to be
it sticks around.
Oh yeah, get your thaws out. But I think this is going to be a total archetype, the Frost Hex control, and it's going to be annoying and it's going to be dangerous, but figure out how to destroy auras. But if you're paying for your Frostbites, you won't be taking the damage. So this is going to perform at a fresh to death level, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, this is like a deck defining card. This is a build around for sure. And one of the things that I had mentioned earlier about Iyslander that was kind of awkward about her design in general is that she's able to elongate the game, but then like throwing in damage is like either incremental or maybe it's sometimes a little bit awkward. And this just kind of does it for you. Like obviously it's something that your opponent can still control if they're able to actually get rid of them on their turn. But yeah, it's that they have to try to get rid of these. Otherwise they'll just take a bunch of damage. So yeah, I really like Frost Hex. I am again terrified of it. This card is going to kill me. I know it. But yeah, just a really cool thing. I want to see what they do with Afflictions in the future as well. I like
it's a cool design space. What does Aether Hail do?
So Aether Hail is an Ice Wizard action, blocks for 3, comes in all 3 flavors, costs 1. And very simply, just has deal 4 arcane damage to any target, and then the yellow is 3, blue is 2. So this one, and we can kind of bundle it in with the next one because they're basically the same card, except Frosting is that, except it costs 1 less and then does 1 less damage at each step.
Or you can even bundle it in with Ice Bolt too, which does 1 more
true.
and costs 1 more.
1 more and costs 1 more. Actually, these are all the same card. It's like they're support cards for Iyslander.
Yeah.
It's an absolute cycle. The thing that matters for this one, I think, is I do actually think that some amount of these are like absolutely going in the deck, because if we're going to be playing a bunch of cards that care about Ice Fusion, these are just generic Ice Wizard cards that work for Fusion and are like fine on their own. Like Frosting is just an ice version of Zap, which, you know, is Zap the best card in the world? No, but you know, you use it for purposes. and they're ice cards, which do matter. So yeah, I think that these are going to be more enabler cards than anything you're actually like super excited to put into a deck. Um,
I think,
so
yeah, go ahead.
I don't know that it's totally fair for me to assign a value to these because I think they're just going to be played if they're needed. I don't think anybody is going to look at them and be like, "Oh man, I need red ice bolts in this deck specifically." It'll be like, "I need to fill this out, so ice bolt is gonna go in there." It's like a non-offensive set of cards.
Oh, actually, I think that the blues of all three are actually going to perform quite well because they are ice, right? So you're
Yeah.
going to be able to play them at instant speed and from Arsenal and give them a frostbite.
Mhm.
So you're reading Frostling as deal one, give a frostbite, which is kind of cool, and
Yeah.
I think you're just gonna and it contributes to the fuse, so they'll perform probably at a low fresh level. It's
Yeah.
it's annoying, right? It's that incremental damage, and I think this is exactly what she wants to do. Um,
Mhm.
Quite scary though. This is the next card, Coronet Peak. This is the Ice Equipment Legendary headpiece. It has 2 defense, has blade break, so when the combat chain closes, if it defended, destroy it. It has an action, pay 3, target hero discards a card unless they pay 1. Oh man, this is this is going to be so annoying, and I think Icelander's going to love doing this. I think Icelander's just going to be like, yeah, I don't really need to like attack you on my turn. I'm gonna just, how about you discard a card or pitch,
Yeah.
and then pass the turn, and then I'll do some stupid stuff on your turn, because I think a lot of what you're gonna see is like Coronet Peak activation, Kraken's Aethervein, right? That's once per turn instant, right? I have one right
Yeah.
actually here.
Yeah.
Yeah, once per turn. It's like, so like your turn's gonna be Coronet Peak, Kraken's Aethervein, go. And
Yeah. Do all of the other stuff. Like, yeah, I think that essentially what this reads in a build of Iyslander that plays mostly blues, which I think you kind of want to do anyway,
yeah.
and you are now way more able to do now that there's all this support. If just like every card in your deck is blue, then this just becomes like you're essentially making it so that your opponent has one less intellect.
Mm-hmm.
Like kind of. They just have access to one fewer card on each of their turns. So yeah, like this, and as you said, with in conjunction with Kraken's Aethervein, like these are going to be so annoying to play against.
Yeah. I mean, whatever, man. I guess we'll just deal with it. Do you
Yeah,
want to
I
talk
like
about the
the
next
card.
ice head? Yeah, I mean it's fresh to death. I think
Yeah,
it's out of control. Do you want to talk about the next ice head equipment?
yeah, absolutely. So this one is Glacial Horns, which by the way, the art is like it's really cool, but at the same time, I just kind of find it hilarious. I don't know why. It just like it just the guy is like, I have this heavy hat on my head. Something about it. I don't know. I'm just easily entertained. But
I
anyway,
love
so
it.
this is an ice equipment head. This is the common one, and it has action: destroy this, choose a hero, freeze up to 1 card in their arsenal and 1 ally they control until the start of your next turn, and then go again. So this is like an easy way to freeze something for those other things, or just this actually got played against me and shut down like one of my dragons, and it was like pretty significant because taking a turn off of attacking with those is very noticeable.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, like it's a common equipment. I think for ice stuff, it's like probably fine. There are obviously, different options that you have, even like outside of Coronet Peak and the other legendary helmets. Like I think wizards in general kind of like playing like Ragamuffin's hat,
Mm-hmm.
or with the talismanic lens, but I think people are not playing that as much anymore. I don't really play wizards, so I could be wrong. But yeah, I don't know. Like it's a good way to slow down the game. And yeah, freezing a card in their arsenal, even if you're not following it up with one of those cards that like destroy the card in the arsenal or whatever, just makes them take a turn off of playing it. If it's important, then yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
like fine.
it's probably going to boil down to how much you care about freezing things and whatnot. But
Yeah,
I think the Coronet Peak's probably going to edge it out almost every time for Iyslander anyway. I'm like
yeah.
probably like stale on Glacial Horns.
Yeah, I think I'm the same. I mean, it is like a common equipment, and there's only so harsh that you can really be about common equipment, especially for like heroes and slots that don't already have a bunch of options. Where it's like for ice equipment for your head, there just like really isn't all that much. So it's like, yeah, this is fine.
Mhm.
But on the opposite side of fine, this is a card that we've already seen before, but please introduce us to Channel the Bleak
We
Expanse.
have another channel, buds. This is a blue for it costs 1, it defends for 2. It's an ice action aura. Go again. Heroes can't draw cards, reveal cards, or search decks from effects. Um, and it has channel ice at the beginning of your end phase. Put a flow counter on channel the Bleak Expanse, then destroy it unless you put an ice card from your pit zone on the bottom of your deck for each flow counter on it. This is sideboard good. Sideboard
Yes.
fresh. Uh, I don't know. I think it's, I mean, actually, out of the arsenal, um, like, if someone plays an Art of War and you just, like, flash this
Mhm.
out, and you're like, don't draw
Oh,
those cards. Don't draw them cards. It's going to be this, it's like, it feels like some really insane control play. But I think there will be some decks that's just like, it's a dead card.
yeah, absolutely. I think in the matchups where this is good, this card is back-breaking, and
Yeah.
in like every other matchup, this card doesn't do anything. Something that's kind of awkward about this, I mean, I appreciate the fact that they did make it symmetrical because the effect is like very good. But because it prevents people from revealing cards, while it's out, you can't Ice Fuse as
True.
Iyslander. Which is like kind of crazy. But also, the first matchup that came to mind for this that would like absolutely hate this, I think is if you ever played against a Katsu,
Oh,
they
yeah.
hate this. They hate this so much. Can't use this effect. Can't like search off of the Mugenshi release and stuff. Like
Oh,
it's just
man.
like, come on, man.
Yeah, it is going to be actually backbreaking against a lot of decks. Just
Hmm.
at instant speed too, which is, oh
Yeah.
god.
The fact that it also comes with a frostbite, obviously, because these all do, and it's just disgusting.
Let's talk about
Um,
another card that's going to be backbreaking against certain decks. Hypothermia. What does that do, Bill?
oh my god, this is another card that I'm terrified of. So this is one of the ones that was revealed relatively early, but it is another affliction. So this is the second affliction that we've seen. Again, love the design space. This is an ice action affliction aura. Blocks for 2. It's blue and it costs 0. And it reads, attacks you control can't gain go again. And in case that sounds weird, just as a reminder, afflictions enter the battlefield under your opponent's control. So this reads that to them.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says, beginning of your end phase, destroy this.
So,
Why is this free?
yeah. Well, so here's the thing. It doesn't. Right. Let me think of it. It doesn't say they can't. Um, they don't lose go again, right? So
Yeah.
if you played at instant speed and they already played something to go again, they'll still get to do something again. You'll have to
Mhm.
pay for the frostbite. But that being said, you play this out and you're like, have fun, Fi. You know?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
God,
Or
I mean,
like,
I guess that's why Thaw's so good.
and I'm gonna just runner. This is another card that makes Katsu unbelievably sad because Kodachis do gain go again. So,
Oh
so
my
just to add
God.
insult to injury, Iyslander has made it absolutely certain that Katsu will never be playable.
Oh my God. That is
So mean.
insane. Oh God, yeah. I guess Fi doesn't really care about. Well, I guess the
There
Ember
are some cards.
Blade gains it, right?
Yeah,
But oh my
there are some
God,
cards from the deck that gain go again.
Phoenix
I think a lot
form.
of them have it, but this is same thing as Channel. Against the decks that this is good against, it is like
Fresh.
just so devastating. Like this is depression. Like
Yeah, yeah. This is a sideboard fresh to death if I've ever seen one. My God.
for sure. And this is honestly what I like sideboard cards to be like,
Yeah.
where they're not just a widely applicable thing that you can jam in every deck. Because that makes really boring cards. But this one, it's like if you have come prepared for this matchup and you have this card, And it's like, yeah, you get that rewarding feeling of like I prepared properly and I metagamed properly. And it's devastating. I think that's exactly what this thing should be. Like it's useless in some scenarios and insane in others.
Yeah, I mean, oh god, I personally don't want to play
Oh, I don't want to
against
play
it.
against this card. No,
No,
no.
no, nobody wants to play against it. Just don't play. Actually, this is rotten. Nobody play it. Um,
Just start saying this for every Iyslander card. Please don't play Iyslander.
Yeah, this sucks. I felt like I kind of did that with the Everfest review with Runeblade cards that were actually like really good.
Oh yeah.
And I think we both kind of did a little bit. We were like, this is all right, and it was like the best card ever.
I mean, like just Swarming Gloomveil. Like stop. Don't play that card. I don't
no,
want to see it
do
anymore.
not play that one. Next we have Insidious Chill, which I've been known to have.
Here.
This is a blue for an ice action aura. It costs 3, it defends for 2. When it enters the arena with 3 frost counters on it. When it has no frost counters on it, destroy it. Whenever you ice fuse, remove a frost counter from Insidious Chill. If you do, target hero discards a card unless they pay 2. If you're fusing, you're using. This is a really annoying card, but this has to be your game plan, right?
Yeah.
You can't just jam
exactly
it in.
the same. Yeah, it's like the same level of build around as like Frost Hex is. Also, again, super funny that I'm pretty sure, unless I'm really out to lunch on this, you are never playing Channel of Oblique Expanse and Insidious Chill in the same deck.
No.
Because Channel prevents you from ice fusing in general. But yeah, I mean, the fact that this can trigger multiple times in a turn, or you can spread it out over 3 turns, is like, I think, pretty cool. Yeah, I think in decks that are prepared to do this in like fuse heavy Iyslander decks, this card's like just really strong. It's just a very good like control tool. I'd say like very solid fresh.
Yeah. Also worth noting, since we're in the ice card section, all of these are playable in Lexi and Oldhim.
That's true.
And I think Ice Lexi fuses quite a bit, to my knowledge, and I imagine this will probably be a solid card to play in Ice Lexi.
Yeah, I've been viewing these all through the Iyslander lens, and we do have other ice heroes. That's true. So,
however, the next card, Eisenhowl Weathervane, I actually don't even know if it's worth talking about. I don't think it's good.
I think the next card is worth talking about, but it is this card without the restriction. So, and it's, I think, just straight up better. Eisenhower Weathervane, like, just for the people who who don't know what this card is, it's a 1-cost ice action that says the next time you ice fuse, you create 4 frostbite tokens under target hero's control. So it's like it costs 1, it has the fuse requirement, you have to do something else. So yeah, we're just so you know what we're comparing to, that's what that does. This next card, though, since we skipped your turn, you can talk about this one, because I think this one is absolutely worth talking about.
Oh my god. Arctic Incarceration is a 0-cost ice action. Comes in all 3 flavors. The red creates 3 frostbite tokens under target hero's control. Defense for 2, if that matters. And the yellow does 2, and the blue does 1. This card is really good. I think, well, it's really good in the Frost Hex deck. The red is insane in Ice Lexi, right? I mean, this is a high powered common. It's gonna perform at a solid fresh, I think, in most decks that it plays in.
Yeah, quite easily. I think I remember seeing somebody when the set was released. Somebody made the comment. I was going to call it a joke, but I genuinely don't think it's a joke. Where they said red Arctic Incarceration is the best one card hand that Lexi can possibly have. Honestly, like, yeah, like creating 3 frostbites for free is good. Even if you want to put this in Iyslander, the blue one you can play at instant speed. It creates a frostbite by its own effect, and then creates one because of Iyslander. it just creates two like for
Super
free.
good.
Like I think this card is really high powered. It's very solid, fresh. Like just a good common for heroes that care about ice stuff. Like just really strong. And this is the card that I got slapped with a bunch in the
Oh
Iyslander
no.
matchup. This card sucks. Like it sucks
Yeah,
to play
don't
against.
play it.
It's
Don't play,
strong, but
guys.
it's like
What does Cold Snap do? Our last ice card.
yeah, let's take a look. So it is another ice action. Comes in all three flavors, costs one, defense for two. And it says target hero may pay 3 resources. Yellow is 2, blue is 1 resource. If they don't pay the resource, freeze a card in their arsenal or an ally control until an ally they control, until the end of their until the start of your next turn. So many different like terms for how long these effects last, but so yeah, it's freeze a card in their arsenal or an ally they control until the start of your next turn, and then if this is played from arsenal, draw a card. Um,
I think
Solid.
I think the blue's probably where you want to be.
Yeah,
J-
yeah,
a lot like this, like the cycle from Aria, like
yeah,
Sotomaro and yada yada yada.
yeah.
They play fine, especially when out of Arsenal. Blue one's good out of Arsenal, especially in Iyslander.
Mhm.
You know, make them. You can freeze their Arsenal, or you get to draw a card still, and they get a frostbite. So it's like it's all pipes. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's like not a super exciting card, but it's exactly like you said with the cycle of like play from arsenal, draw a card, elemental talented stuff from Aria, where I'm pretty sure I think maybe except for Sotomaro, the other two like saw play because they
Mm-hmm.
were just like good, like they're just fine.
If,
They're ice cards that matter,
mm-hmm.
and you know at the very least they replace themselves if you play them from your arsenal. So yeah,
Yeah, I think
like
probably like low fresh. It's gonna be pretty.
yeah, yeah. Low
It's not
fresh
game
is
changing,
pretty
but
great.
that does bring us to the non-talented class cards here. First card. Okay, so I want to talk about Ghostly Touch. Right, this
Hmm.
is
Hmm.
the legendary illusionist equipment arms. Whenever an illusionist attack you control is destroyed by Phantasm, put a haunt counter on Ghostly Touch. Once per turn action, remove a haunt counter from Ghostly Touch. Until end of turn, this becomes an illusionist ally with Phantasm. Base attack and health equal to the number of haunt counters on it. And once per turn action, pay 3 attack. Go again.
Hmm.
The once per turn action has a go again, not the attack. So at first glance, this is not the best, right? This is pretty medium. You know,
Yeah.
you'll play it in matchups right now. I think you will play it in matchups where you expect to get popped a lot, right? So here's my little soapbox. We've seen the yellow pitch illusionist. Now we've seen the red pitch illusionist. This is clearly meant for the blue pitch illusionist. And
Hmm.
there's another card that we see down here that I think is also hinting towards what that blue pitch illusionist is. And I think it's going to be something spooky. Spooky. Ghostly Touch. It kind of contributes to that theme. However, I think it's going to be fine. The hand slot in illusionist is not exactly crowded.
Yeah.
It's going to be sideboard fresh, I guess. If you really expect things to get popped that much, this is a great finisher. But outside of that,
Yeah.
I'm not really on it.
I do love the potential that it has as a finisher. But it's the process of getting to that point that sort of like confuses me a bit because like I was saying earlier with some of the other like the draconic illusionist stuff, like getting your phantasm popped like does actually have an effect on how the rest of your turn goes. Obviously, there is like something to be said about oh well, you have like phantasmal footsteps and stuff like that, but you still then have to like pay for it. Like it's something that you can do to make it so that it isn't as much of an imposition, but it is still something that you have to like kind of go out of your way to not be completely detrimented by. So this getting to like a good state where it becomes like a threat. I would say like probably I don't know. I would probably want this to be at least 4 attack.
Mm-hmm.
To start, that would be like the lowest that I would consider like using this at. So that's you have to have 5 phantasm things popped. Um, to get to that point because you have to remove a haunt counter first, and then once you attack with it, it only has that. So you have to have 5 things popped, and I think it takes a little while to get to that point. The thing that's nice though is if they don't pop this with Phantasm, then you can kind of keep that as it is if you're playing your turns properly. It doesn't like lose attack, and it is like a very consistent threat. But I think you're right on the money. I think that this and the other card that you were referring to are like hinting they're for a hero that doesn't exist yet,
Mm-hmm.
where these will be like way better. But as it stands right now, like I do like the idea of Ghostly Touch. It just might be a little too slow. I really want it to be good though because I love the art.
Oh yeah,
It's super cool.
I mark my words. This card's actually going to be insane. Whenever that blue, like I'm just thinking, like hey, let me just spitball here. I think it's going to be like some kind of spooky illusionist. The hero ability is going to be like give defending card 6 attack or something like that. Which is going to be like such a cool game plan, but we're not there yet. But we're going to talk about silent stilettos next.
So, Silent Stilettos is the feat that illusionists were given this set, and so it's their illusionist equipment legs has 0 defense. It has Arcane Barrier 1, which is kind of cool. And the main effect is whenever an attacking ally you control dies, or an attack action card you control is destroyed by Phantasm, you may pay 3 resources. If you do, destroy this and gain 1 action point. So it's like kind of Phantasmal Footsteps, like a budget version of Phantasmal
Mm-hmm.
Footsteps. So when you're looking at it through that lens, it's like obviously it's going to be a little bit harder to get the effect because it is just a common equipment. Um, it's like fine. I like the fact that it also works when attacking allies you control die. Because in situations where you're attacking with, one of your dragons and then they pop it with Phantasm, sometimes it can be kind of hard to sort of pull that back in and,
Mm-hmm.
as I say, like regain your footing. So this is like a good option. Obviously, it's outclassed by Phantasmal Footsteps in almost every situation. But in general, like as a common equipment, it's like fine
Yeah.
again. There aren't very many options for common equipment for illusionists, so like you were saying with the gloves, like the slot isn't like super duper crowded.
Mm-hmm.
It's like fine. It's strictly better than Null Rune Boots. If you're gonna play Null Rune Boots, you might as well play this instead.
Yeah, that's a good point. Next is Frightmare, which
Yeah.
is the card I was alluding to. 3. This is a red 3 costs for a 13 attack, illusionist attack action. Play Frightmare only if an illusionist attack action card you control has been destroyed by Phantasm this turn, and it has Phantasm itself. I mean, it's a good sideboard card for illusionists right now. Like if you don't think they're popping it, well, I guess that you need them to pop something. I guess if you think they're
No.
popping stuff, you bring it in
Yeah.
and threaten
You have
13.
this, yeah, have this as like a getcha if they get too comfortable. Um, my official stance on Frightmare is this card is bad, but I love it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's
Yeah,
right now it's going to play as rotten, but just like Ghostly Touch, I imagine it will get a lot better.
yeah, this card will be good at some point. I guarantee it. And at the very very base, this allows you to activate what is it? Rouse the Ancients with a single card. This is the only card in the game that has more than 12 attack. So in that case, it's sick. It's such an awesome meme, and I think it does lend credence to your like sort of your guess to the future that there will be. I think we could see an illusionist that has like I don't know, something like with Chain, where he has an effect that is like kind of a detriment, but then also a positive thing.
Mhm.
It's like target defending card gains 6 attack, and then you get something else.
You
So
get an
you're
action
actively
point
wanting your
probably.
yeah, you're like
Yeah.
wanting your stuff to get destroyed by phantasms so that these are easier to use. And I like that. I like that a lot. I hope that does happen.
Hey, LSS, call me. I
Hire
don't
my boy.
know. uh,
Um,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. But yeah, I think
Until then,
yeah.
though.
Until then, pretty rotten, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I expect to lose to it at some point.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. Somebody is gonna
Mhm.
jam this and it's gonna win a game, and then the other person is gonna be like, God, I lost to Frightmare.
What does
um,
semblance do?
so this one's interesting. Um, it is an illusionist instant, which I think is the first instant that illusionist has gotten access to. It's a blue,
Outside
of
of
course, because
auras,
it's
I
the
think, right?
majestic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the you're right. The auras are instants, but this is the first non-aura instant, I think.
Hmm.
No, book. The tome is also an instant. So never mind. Just neglect everything that I've said. Strike it from the record. Anyway, so Semblance is another majestic. So this only comes in blue, and it costs 3. And it says negate all phantasm triggered effects of target illusionist attack you control. The attack loses and can't gain phantasm. So kind of flies in the face of what Frightmare and Ghostly Touch like want to do at a base, which is fine because that again implies to me that maybe those are for a different hero. But for this one right now, the fact that it costs 3 to sort of remove Phantasm is like kind of a rough sell. I do like the
Hmm.
fact that you can play this like after Phantasm has been triggered, and sort of like rewind it a bit and be like, ah, no, never mind. But like this card kind of does what's that one card from Everfest, the blue aura that removes phantasm from your first attack. That's like kind of what this does, except that aura is free and this costs 3. So maybe there's something I'm missing. I'm not super high on this card. I like what it does,
Hmm.
but I think it's too expensive. Like what do you think?
I'm in the same boat. I think it's gonna take like a deck that wants to win games with something like Frightmare, right? Where
Hmm.
you almost want to have that fail safe. Maybe not Frightmare exactly, but like a weird go tall Phantasm deck. So right now, I think it's pretty rotten. I don't think it's really going to see much play, but look out
Yeah.
for it, I would say. Next is a card we talked about a little bit earlier, Transmogrify. This is well, we said it before, but it's the 1 cost illusionist action with 2 defense. The next attack action card you play this turn is illusionist, has base or 8, 7, and 6 base attack and gains phantasm. That's for the different flavors. It has go again. I don't think this is a constructed card at all. Um,
I think it's a fun card.
it's a fun card, certainly fun, but
I
yeah, probably
yeah.
like low stale for me.
Yeah, I think like objectively and logically, I'm right there with you. But just the fact that it can bump something up to 8 base power, like you just have some dinky attack that comes in for like 1 or 0, and you're like, ah, actually it's for 8, and then it gets other buffs and stuff. Um, like, yeah, I think it's interesting at the very base minimum, but for playable, that's a different discussion altogether.
Yeah. We do have another legendary, which I think you're gonna like. What does Tiger Stripe Shuko do?
So this one is you're absolutely right in that I like this card. Basically every facet of it. The art is fantastic. If you can't see the art already, look it up. It's so cool. There's like so much stuff going on. But anyway, Tiger Stripe Shuko is the ninja equipment arms, and it blocks for 2 and has blade break. And it reads the second attack action card with 2 or less base power you play each turn has +1, and damage that would be dealt by this can't be prevented. So something that I really like about this card is just like the damage prevention is less exciting for me, except in like specific matchups. But having just consistent +1 on attacks is like over the course of the game, this could add 5 damage. This could add 6 damage. Like this potentially does a lot. Um, and for a deck like, like Benji, specifically, or even, yeah, like obviously Fi loves this card, because you are definitely going to be playing stuff that has less than 2 base attack, with all your Phoenix Flames and stuff. But Yeah, I think this card is like absolutely fresh to death.
Oh yeah.
Especially because ninjas don't really have arms that like super matter right now. You have like breaking scales, which is kind of nice because you can use it as like a getcha, but this is just so consistent and
Hmm.
keeps adding damage. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, I like it a lot.
I agree with you. I think it's a fresh to death. It feels to me, and like what you said about the 5 damage over a game, 5 maybe more, feels to me almost like Valiant Dynamo, right? On the other
Yeah.
side, it's like it doesn't look like a lot, but you blocked 6 damage with Valiant Dynamo over a whole game, and I think Tiger Stripe is going to perform similarly on the aggro side of things. But next we have Tide Flippers. This is the
Yeah.
Ninja equipment legs common. Has an attack reaction, destroy Tide Flippers, target attack action card with 2 or less base attack gains go again, which is good.
Mhm.
And has Arcane Barrier 1. I think this is a fresh card. I don't know off the top of my head what else they're playing at the leg slot, though. I don't play a lot of Ninja.
Yeah.
Um,
The only thing that I can think of right now is like you'd play like Snapdragon Scalers just as like a generic way to give stuff go again. The thing that I like about these though, I was gonna say that like these just feel worse than Snapdragon Scalers, but these do have Arcane Barrier. If these didn't
mhm.
have Arcane Barrier, I wouldn't like these at all. But like with them being just a strictly better Null Rune boots, um, just for ninja, is like, yeah, good enough. Benji doesn't want these, unfortunately, because at least the version of Benji that I'm familiar with just runs Breeze Rider boots to give your all of your attacks within a turn go again. Um, but yeah, I don't have any ill will against this card. Again, just like having options for Arcane Barrier, like class specific, strictly better versions of Null Rune equipment, is like fine. I'm totally good with that.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a net good for the game, I think. I hope they continue to
yeah,
do so.
it's just options. Like
Yeah.
that's literally just it's just options, and I think that that's fine because it's not like this invalidates the fact that Null Rune exists because it is only for ninja. Like
Hmm.
it's stuff like that. That I think is really cool. But coming into some other really cool cards that I'm really excited for Ninja, for Fi, and just in general. um, First Majestic that we have that's just for ninjas is called Double Strike. Only comes in red, costs 0, attacks for 1, blocks for 2. Ninja attack action. When Double Strike's chain link resolves, banish it. You may play it this combat chain. If you do, it loses its ability. Go again. So it's like a weird card, but this is 2 chain links.
Hmm.
And at first I was like, oh, it isn't because it gets rid of itself. But the chain link is more than just the attack because it's also like defending cards and whatever. So Double Strike, it doesn't even have to hit for it to be 2 chain links. Really good with Mask of Momentum.
Very good.
Um, I think this is a really good card in Benji too because it just has go again. It doesn't interact as I would want it to with Spring Tidings because it removes itself from the combat chain. But I do like this card, especially from like a go small, go wide sort of strategy. Um, Also interacts nicely with Tiger Stripe Shuko.
Yeah,
Triggers it
yeah.
on its own.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's probably going to be perform at a fresh to death level. I don't know how much in 5, but it's definitely going to perform well in the other ninja decks, which is good. I always like to see
Mhm.
the old decks get kind of some juice. But yeah, no, this card's pretty sweet.
It's like absolutely an enabler because it's like, yeah, it doesn't do all that much damage, but like it's free, it has go again, and it does an effect that's very specific. And for the decks that want to do this thing, it's really good for that. So
Yeah,
um
yeah.
yeah, I
Uh,
like it. It's cool.
no, yeah, I think it's going to perform very well. Next is Take the
Mhm.
Tempo. This is a 1 cost ninja attack action with 5 attack, 3 defense. If Take the Tempo hits, if you've hit 3 or more times this combat chain, banish the top card of your deck. If it's an attack action card, you may play it until the end of your next turn.
Mhm.
Talk about a button up card that continues your consistency in the deck. This is I think this is very good. I think it's high fresh. I don't know if it's quite fresh to death, but I think
Mhm.
this is going to perform super well, and it's going to be scary. It's going to be something that some people are going to have to consider when blocking throughout the long combat chain.
Hmm. I definitely agree. This is the same sort of draw effect that we saw with there was another ninja card from Everfest, the Breaking Tide, where it's the banish it and then you may play it until the end of your next turn. In some ways, like because this doesn't have go again, that feels awkward because it's like, oh well, I can't extend my thing. But ending off your turn with this and then having an additional card that you have banished is like kind of drawing a card, but it doesn't interact with your hand size.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a little bit better than drawing a card in obviously some situations, not all. Um, but yeah, I think that Take the Tempo, it does exactly that though. Like if you're able to come in with a bunch of small attacks, like if your opponent doesn't respect, like what we were talking about, double strike, if they don't block either one of those attacks, that's already 2 times that you've hit in the combat chain for 1 card and 0 resources. And then you follow it up with literally anything else. They take 1 more hit, and you take the tempo, and you're able to, have an even stronger turn next turn. It's one of those cards that I think is just going to be, I don't know, it feels solid. I like it a lot. I like the reason. The reason that I like it as much as it is because it is that like delayed until the end of your next turn. If it was just like you may play it this turn, then I'd be like, this doesn't have go again. You have to like give it go again somehow. That's so awkward. But no, I like Take the Tempo a lot. Play this a lot.
Yeah, I think this card's going to be it's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's not going to be the best, but it will be good. What does Rapid Reflex do? Other than
I died to this card today.
I was about to say other than kill me unlimited.
Yeah, no, I absolutely so until I died to it, I legitimately 100% did not realize that this card was in this set, which is why I died to it. But anyway, so what does it do? Rapid Reflex comes in all 3 colors. It's a ninja attack reaction, blocks for 3, costs 1, and it reads target attack action card with cost 0, gains +3 attack. Yellow is +2, blue is +1. So it's like kind of just a Razor Reflex, but for obviously very small cards. I think that this is a good option for ninjas. Having the ability to make your stuff hit is like always relevant. Rapid Reflex is actually a card that I think slots really nicely into Benji potentially. Which sense. I mean, we're talking about Blitz, but not constructed, but just more options to give your stuff that ability to go over some blocks. And again, I died to it, so obviously rotten, low rotten, hate it, burn every copy that you come across.
Yeah, I'm pretty like low stale on it. I think the it's very narrow, and while good and will kill some people, I think just play Razor Reflex. I think almost.
Yeah, like it's if you really need more copies of Razor Reflex, then like this is not a terrible extra. Like your copies, 4 through 6 of Razor Reflex, but like, it's not the most exciting. It's like fine.
Yeah,
it's okay.
So next, well, we already talked about Waning Moon, but we're gonna talk about the Wizard Legendary Alluvian Constellos. The first, it's a wizard equipment chest piece, 0 defense. The first time Alluvian Constellos prevents arcane damage each turn, if it has less than 4 energy counters, you may put an energy counter on it. Instant, remove 2 energy counters from Alluvian Constellos. The next staff ability you activate this turn costs 3 less. Has arcane barrier 1. So the interesting thing about this is you would think that you can only play it against other wizards or rune blades, but you can target yourself. So I don't know if it's exactly what you want to be doing, but
you can.
Yeah, but you can do it. I don't think anyone's that desperate to do that, unless there's going to be like some kind of weird combo down the line. However, I think this is a sideboard fresh to death, I guess. Maybe sideboard high fresh. If you're playing the Aether Vein, a free Aether Vein is like pretty good.
Yes. I really like it for exactly that reason. I almost think because of just the way that this is designed, like it feels almost too narrow, like for a card that they would normally print. So I'm thinking like maybe at some point there will be some wizard cards that like deal arcane damage to both heroes or
Mm-hmm.
something. Like it'll be like deal 1 to you, deal like 2 to something else or something. Have it be like a downside of the card, and obviously like it's not the best guess for future cards that I've ever made, because then you still have to pay the one for arcane barrier, and it does feel a little bit clunky. But like again, being able to do Ether Vein for free is great. Like I'm happy pitching a blue card to activate Ether Vein, so doing it for free is crazy.
Yeah.
I wasn't even in my wildest dreams.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's it'll perform exactly that way, and yeah, we'll see how it plays out in the future with future wizards. What does Spellfire Cloak do?
Yeah, let's see. So it's the wizard equipment chest. Blocks for 0, but it does have arcane barrier 1, which is nice. And it has instant destroy this, gain a resource. Activate this ability only during your opponent's turn. This just actually straight up replaces. There was another chest piece. I think one of our local wizard players was literally playing. It's not Blood Drop Brocade. It's the one about like if you've lost life or something that does
Mm-hmm.
like a similar effect. Like you're usually wanting that on your opponent's turn anyway. So in like specifically in Blitz, this is really good because it's like a basically an instant Spring Tunic, which wizards love anyway, and it has Arcane Barrier, which there was another piece of wizard equipment that they were running that also had Arcane Barrier, and it was like the only reason that they played it was for the matchup.
Yeah.
And I think this is like, I think it's better. I think it's just like more easily usable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I like it. It's just solid. It's a common equipment.
Yeah. High, low fresh, probably. They'll see play.
Yeah, good
Um,
option.
Next, we have Tome of Duplicity. This is a blue wizard action. It costs 3, defense for 2. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck, then banish one. If it's a non-attack action card, you may play it this turn as though it were an instant. So this is just Kano's ability, but you get to choose one of them. It is resource intensive. My guess is it will see some play. I don't know. I mean, I guess like in Iyslander, you can play at instant speed from Arsenal.
Yeah, I think that's most of the utility that we're going to see about this. Our, like I was just mentioning, our local wizard player, when he first saw this card, it was either he made this joke or somebody else on one of the discords made this joke. But it's like, you know how you like paying 3 to activate Kano? Well, how about paying 6 to activate Kano?
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm like, I think the use case is we're going to see this in Iyslander, to basically do a really bad impression of Kano.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting card. If it like discounted the card or something, I think it would be a little bit easier to justify. But 3 resources for that effect is like, I don't know.
It's a lot of
I
work.
mean, you do it for Kano anyway, but Kano's is inherently an instant, so I don't, it just feels weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, I'm probably like high stale. We'll see how it turns out.
About the same, maybe
What is
mid stale.
what does Rewind do?
This one I am not
Other
mid stale about.
other than make my blood rush bellows cry.
Yeah, yeah. This is another one of those cards where it's not widely applicable, but in the matchups and the situations where it works, it hurts. So this is a wizard instant. It's already an instant, so you don't have to jump through hoops to make it an instant through other means. It's blue and it costs 1. And it reads, negate target non-attack action card and return it to its owner's hand. Then that hero gains 1 action point. So, you look at this at first and it's like, well, they can just replay the card or whatever. But if it's something that, like the one thing that came to mind initially when I saw this card was, like Blood Rush Bellow, where it's important that you actually discard the card, or it's basically any brute card that makes you discard a card as a cost, because you don't get the cost back. You don't get the resources that you paid into it back. So like that hurts a lot. And one of the most devastating things that I actually heard as an example for this is against Kasai in Blitz when they play Blood on her hands. and they break all of their coppers to have this insane turn, and you're like, no, you can have it back, but now you have no coppers.
Yeah. I mean, it's for a lot of non-attacks it's going to be annoying, but some like backbreaking, and I
Yeah,
think
some that's absolutely devastating.
that's going to give Rewind like a sideboard fresh to death. I think it's going to just always perform crazy good.
Yeah, it's not something that you would main board, but in the places where you would sideboard it, it could very easily, if not win you the game, like put you in a pretty good spot.
Mm-hmm.
You've made your opponent lose just a bunch of tempo and stuff. And also, side note, the alternate art version of Rewind is like the only card from this set that I have like a visceral need to own. It is so cool.
Yeah, for those who don't know, it's the text is reversed, which is so. Is the art reversed too?
The art is upside down, and I think the colors are flipped. I'm pretty sure.
God.
Like it's so cool, man. I love it.
This is why Fab's the best game. I mean, is what it is.
Yeah. They printed a card backwards, and I want it.
Next we have Dampen. This is a wizard action, rare, 3 defense, 2 cost. It comes in all colors. It deals 4, 3, and 2 arcane damage to any target. Prevent the next X arcane damage that would be dealt to your hero this turn, where X is the damage dealt by Dampen. This is a sideboard card, and it will probably perform as a sideboard fresh.
Yeah, it's like kind of a defense reaction, sort of. At the very least, if your opponent wants to make it so that their arcane damage isn't getting prevented, then they have to, spend a bunch of resources to arcane barrier it. So it like presents an awkward situation, but it's the fact that it's specifically arcane damage. It's like good in the mirror in like wizard v wizard, and really not past that, because I think this is like pretty below rate for arcane damage for wizards in general.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like definitely matchup dependent, but in matchups where it's good, I think this card's pretty good.
Yeah.
It does double duty. So yeah, like sideboard fresh.
Next is Aether Dart. It's not really reinventing the wheel here. If you want to read it for us.
It's just zap, but reprinted to do damage to any target instead of target hero. That's like literally the only thing this is. It's a 0 cost wizard action that says deal 3 arcane damage to any target, and it goes from 3 to 2 to 1 over the 3 flavors. So it's actually exactly the same as zap, except this can target other stuff. So it is technically just strictly better than zap. In fact, it is strictly better than zap for that situation. Unless they come out with something where it's like, oh, you can't target me or something, then zap will be better because it doesn't target. But or maybe it does. I don't know. Aether Dart is just it's a card that already existed, so whatever.
Next is Read the Ripples. Funny name. Wizard action aura, 2 defense, it costs 0, comes in all the flavors. At the beginning of your end phase, destroy Read the Ripples, then opt 1, and draw a card, and then it does 1 less opt for each color up, which is interesting. I guess it's fine. I don't know.
It's like a really weird, it like replaces itself with a card from the top of your deck, which is like fine. If it was just like at the beginning of the end phase, I would really like this card in Iyslander. Mainly just because like it sort of it flattens out like your bad turns, it like even things out, because you can, if you got into a point where you had this and you didn't pitch it for something, you can arsenal it, then flash it in, and then like draw a card. It's like it's almost like your Crown of Seedzing, but without the damage prevention. It just turns a card from your arsenal into an additional card in your hand, but it doesn't do that. So man, I don't know. Like
rotten. I don't think we're ever really gonna see this do anything.
I think it's rotten too, but I do appreciate the way that they made it scale between colors. I wasn't expecting it to be the amount of times that you opt in individual stages, which is actually is that even better than just having it be opt 3 then 2 then 1? It is
I guess it's
Worse, I think?
worse. It is
Because
worse.
yeah, because if Read the Ripples had opt 3, you because like the reason that you would want to do opt 1 3 times is so that you can bottom a card, then look at the next one, then bottom that, and then look at that. That's like the best case scenario.
Mm-hmm.
But you can do that with opt 3 anyway.
Op 3 can let you set up your turn, right?
Yeah, like
Opt
and
1,
this
Opt 1, Opt 1 can't. Like,
yeah, so maybe it's more of a restriction
it's
than
strictly
that. They
worse.
didn't want it to be opt 3. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
opt 3 is I mean
Maybe,
opt 3 would be pretty strong in Kano,
yeah.
to be fair, to set up for that. So it's that's a very clever way that they've
Mm-hmm.
made that like not as strong for Kano. So like props to them. That's good
Yeah,
design.
good for them. Next one's Singe. This is very clearly a sideboard card. Can you tell us what it does?
Yeah. So Singe makes Dromai extremely sad. It is a 1 cost wizard action, blocks for 3, comes in all 3 flavors, and it says deal 1 arcane damage to target hero and up to 3 target allies they control. The red one is up to 3 target allies, then the yellow is 2, and the blue is 1. These are colloquially referred to as poppers in the limited format, and they are for the Dromai match, so that you can get rid of as many Ether Ashwings as you possibly can for 1 card. In that event, they're really efficient. 1 for 3 and also dealing 1 face damage. Yeah, sure. Outside of that, unless it becomes like that much of a menace, like I don't know. I don't know that this necessarily does as much. If we see any amount of play from these, it'll be the red one because it deals with 3 Ashwings. But
Yeah, yeah. It's
outside of
just
that,
good.
not
It's going to be
cool.
dependent on how good Dromai is in the format, and yeah.
Yeah, how
Um,
much of a scourge.
we've gotten to the generics. Let's bang them out, eh? How's
Yeah,
that sound?
absolutely.
No, the first one is
Yeah.
good. It's very good, actually. Crown of Providence. This
Yeah.
is the new generic head equipment. When you defend with it, you may put a. Oh my god.
Yeah, I got the Marvel, and then I also got a Crown of Providence in my sealed
Oh.
pool, and then I lost all my games. So,
Uh, well,
but I won
Crown
the
of Providence is
Moral.
still good.
Anyway,
When you defend
yeah,
with Crown of Providence, you may put a card from your hand or arsenal on the bottom of your deck. If you do, draw a card. It's 2 defense and Blade Break. To me, this replaces Arcanite Skullcap in a lot of decks. I'll be. I think it's just strictly better. And one of the things I love about Crown of Providence and one of the things I hate about Arcanite Skullcap is Crown of Providence actually does the thing that headpieces generally do in terms of
Mhm.
uh, work with cards, right, in your hand and stuff like that. And Arcanite Skullcap didn't really, I mean, at all.
Yeah,
So this is a fresh to death, easy fresh to death for me.
yeah, fully agree. Like trying to be as separated from my bias as possible, from my insane luck today, but like from playing with it. It kind of gives every because it's generic. It kind of gives every hero access to that feeling that old him and Starvo players had, where you're able to just have like a 5 card hand because of Crown of Seeds.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, like being able to get a 5 card hand in some heroes is like actually really terrifying. And this basically just lets you do that. Like it also has the option of basically being like a sink below where you just get to put a card from your hand. But like the best use case from what I've seen and what I've experienced is bottoming a card from your arsenal and then
Mm-hmm.
drawing up to 5 cards. It's crazy. This
Yeah.
card's really good.
Very good, very good. So, well, okay. The next couple cards, I think, I mean, we'll just say what they do, but they're not going to be really played in constructed. Helios Miter is the headpiece from Limited. It's a
Mhm.
token. It was nice that they gave us a token for Limited. Instant 2 resources prevent the next 1 damage to be dealt to your hero this turn by a source of your choice, and then destroy at the beginning and end phase. Fine and Limited won't really shake up anything constructed. And then we have the Quellings. We had a Quelling
Mhm.
chest, arms, and legs, and they all just have Quell 1. Sideboard
Yeah.
probably for some like classes that didn't get their own classed Quell, but outside of that,
Yeah. Yeah, like I do like Quell, but I think it shines most when there's other stuff that it does.
Hmm.
Because the fact that they're only really active for the one turn, they kind of have to be a little bit more impactful. But I don't, now that I'm like looking at it again, I don't know exactly why Helio's Miter wasn't just quelling Hat. And it is like a lot worse and also a token. There may have been some discussion about it that I just missed or something, but I genuinely don't know why. Like it could have, it is like trying to be that. It's slightly different, but
I think
I don't know.
they wanted to give all limited heroes the option to have something, like always have something to do against uh Iyslander, because like arcane damage is
True.
like not exactly the most fun thing to deal with in limited. So there's that, and also you can also pay a bunch and prevent from the same source as opposed
That's
to
true.
coil.
Yeah. You could pay 6 and prevent 3 damage from like, if they hit you with that in case or whatever that just does
Hmm.
3 arcane damage. You can pay 6 to do 3 instances of prevent the next one damage. So that is true.
And it's a good way
Um,
for Dromai to just pitch 2 reds
yeah.
early.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's just a weird card, but anyway.
yeah, yeah. Well, what does a race face do? This one is the only card I'll be considering in Levia.
This card is so cool. Just the art in general, I love it. But it's generic action attack. Attacks for 6, blocks for 2, costs 2. And when Erase Face hits a hero, cards and tokens they own lose all class and talent types until the end of their next turn. Um, there are a lot of far-reaching effects that this has. Namely, the one that comes to mind, at least for me, is against Prism. Because all of her stuff cares about illusionist attacks, like the illusionist auras you control gain go again or whatever from Luminaris. This turns them into not illusionist things, so they cannot gain go again because they don't qualify. um, and yeah, there's like stuff like that. Obviously, within the set, this interacts really nicely against draconic things. It prevents the chain links of your opponent from being draconic chain links, they're just regular chain links.
Ice
Um,
things as well. I mean,
Ice things are no longer ice. You can't fuse stuff because they're not talented anymore. Um, yeah, I think that like deceptively, and like again, I think this is mostly a sideboard card for like specific matchups. But this is one of those things where a properly timed erase face can like be uh, pretty awful for your opponents.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I think some
Cool.
decks it just ruins their turns, and yeah, I think it's going to perform at a fresh to death level. Um, I'm actually struggling to think of decks that don't really care, but there will be some. So, um,
Yeah.
but that being said, still a great card. Next we got
Mhm.
Vipox. One of the most intriguing cards. This card like just makes me like smile for whatever reason. It's like so weird, but it is a red. It is a generic attack action. It costs 0. It has 1 attack and 3 defense. When Vipox hits a hero, they lose life equal to the number of cards in their hand. It's just like I love this card. This card's just
It's,
like
it's just cool.
it's just cool. It's not overpowered. It's just like, hey, like, take some extra damage or block, waste the block for
Mhm.
whatever, but it's probably going to perform at like a low fresh level
Mhm.
for the most part, but still cool nonetheless.
Yeah, the most use that I think I can see out of this card is like in a non-combo version of Benji, because obviously he makes it really hard to block outside of using equipment. So most of the time your opponent's going to have a decent amount of cards in their hand anyway.
Hmm.
So the fact that this is a hard thing to block if they don't have equipment, and then it interacts with the fact that they won't be blocking from their hand usually. I think it works like well in that, but the fact that it doesn't have go again is a little bit awkward. Especially like in non-Benji decks, like you would be ending your turn with this after ostensibly your opponent has already blocked with cards from their hand.
Hmm.
It sits in a weird space, but I'm right there with you. This card is like really cool.
Yeah.
something about it just gets the brain juices flowing. I like it.
Yeah, it really does. And oh god, I love it. What about that?
Yeah.
All you got? Question mark.
Yeah. So this one, I love this card because the name is sick, and also I think it's just a good
Oh
card.
yeah.
So yeah, that all you got. Only comes in yellow, costs 0, and it's a generic defense reaction and it blocks for 3. And it reads, while this is defending an attack with 2 or less power, when the combat chain closes, draw a card. So obviously, in specific scenarios, this card is really good because it replaces itself and it's a defense reaction. Um, the 2 or less base power is an interesting proposal. Um, Obviously, it's good in smaller decks, good against Fi, because a lot of his stuff is going to be doing that. It is notably just an attack and not like an attack action card, so it works against allies too.
And
Um,
weapons.
and weapons, yeah. So it works against like Kodachis and stuff, and it makes it feel a little bit less bad when you have like, someone's attacking for 1 with a Kodachi, and you're like, I don't want to use my thing that blocks for 3 on that. And this kind of like it sort of like pays you back or like semi rewards you for that. Instead of you feeling like you're not using your block enough, it like replaces itself so that you can maybe block again. Um, yeah, I think it's just a cool card. It's definitely obviously narrow,
Hmm.
um, and worse than some of the other defense reactions just from like a straight actual damage prevention stage. But yeah, I like this card. I think like low fresh, just because I think it's really like it's intriguing.
Hmm.
In certain matchups, obviously it's like a lot stronger, but I think on average, like low fresh.
Yeah, I think that I'm gonna agree with you, low fresh, and I think that the beauty of this card is the text, right? While it's defending an attack with 2 or less, like when the combat chain closes, draw a card, like the feel bad of blocking a 2 attack is negated by this, right? You just like, oh, I don't have to worry about losing the card from my hand by throwing this out there in front of the 2 or 1. Which is, I think, cool, and I think it's really
Yeah.
really good because we see a lot of these low to the ground go wide decks in Flesh and Blood right now, and I think it'll totally see a ton of play. Um,
Yeah.
Next we
Agreed.
have is Fog Down. This is a generic action aura, costs 3. It pitches for yellow, 2 resources. It defends for 3, and it says non-attack action cards lose and can't gain go again at the beginning of your action phase. Destroy Fog Down. Very narrow, but good. Uh, you know,
Yeah.
it's I'm trying to.
I Yeah, I know I think I remember seeing somebody mention that this effect at generic is actually like relatively scary.
Mm-hmm.
Like obviously not necessarily at this very moment, but every class having access to this sort of very wide like shutdown mechanic is like potentially down the line like might be a problem. For right now, the matchup that I think this is like most impactful against is like Aura Prism or
Briar.
I guess not even that. Yeah, I was gonna say like Rune Blades in general. Like
Mm-hmm.
Chain doesn't necessarily like this either because you kind of have to weave um, non-attack action cards in to actually get stuff done. But yeah, like right now, I'm not super high on this card, but I think it's just because like its time isn't here yet. I think at some point this card is going to be like a problem. I think this card there's a potential for at some point there's a meta that exists where everything is kept in check by Fog Down.
Yeah. Well, it's either a problem or a really good solution, depending on who you ask. But it is worth
Yeah.
noting that as of June 24th, Chain hits Living Legend and Seeds of Agony is unsuspended. So we will probably get another version of Chain, and that will be able to play Seeds of Agony, or you can just play Young Chain in CC
Yeah.
and play Seeds of Agony. 20
Seeds of
helps a
Agony is
lot.
such a gross
Yeah,
card,
and
but
this is
yeah.
just like, have fun. I'm going to say that the next 2 cards feel very limited
Yeah.
mindset. This is Flex, which is, red, yellow, blue, 4/3/2 attack. When you attack or defend with it, you can pay 2 to give it +2. Limited Phantasm, Popper, or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see it in constructed. Really, it's not really what we want to do. And then the next one, Findle's Fighting Spirit, comes in all three colors here: 7, 6, and 5 attack. And when you attack or defend with it, if you have less life than an opposing hero, you can gain 1. It only has 2 defense, so it's like if you're blocking with it, it's just like blocking for 3 anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, it's I completely agree with you on both of these cards. Like, you think about flex, it is like obviously it's in the name. It's a flexible card,
Yeah.
because it could be a 0 cost for 4, or it could be a 2 cost for 6, and like when you're attacking with it, is that good enough? Probably not. And then only the red one works as a phantasm blocker, which is kind of annoying,
Yeah.
because like it's set up to be that, because it's when you attack or defend with it. um, but I don't know, it's in a weird spot. I did play a copy of Fendel's Fighting Spirit in my sealed pool today. It was mostly just because I didn't have enough cards, but it felt like fine. It's not impressive, but very, very much a limited card. I wouldn't want to play this in constructed. There are way better options for everybody.
Yeah. We're gonna see a lot of these limited cards here in the last couple of
Yeah.
generic cards. But next we got Sift. This is a rare. This is a 0 cost generic action. Put up to 4 cards from your hand on the bottom of your deck, then draw that many cards. Go again. And then it's 3 and 2. For this one, I could see having some use cases, but I mean, is it worth the card in your deck? Is my question,
Mhm.
which brings me to a very low stale.
Yeah. I like this card just from the fact that it kind of gives you a mulligan. The fact that it already has go again too is nice. Like, this is almost one of those cards where you read it and you like almost expect it to be one of those things that's like almost on purpose bad, where it like doesn't have go again, and it's like, oh cool, you're just like drawing some extra cards and then doing nothing. But like in specifically Valda, I like this because it lets you get more triggers from Valda.
True.
Um, I would have liked it a lot in my sealed pool today, but yeah, I don't know if this necessarily makes the grade for actual real constructed. Um, so yeah, I think I agree with you on stale.
Yeah, somebody's gonna figure
Um,
out a way to really like go off with it, but I mean, it's
yeah,
probably gonna
like
be
getting
Valda.
getting to draw cards and like making draw triggers like is like good.
Mm-hmm.
There will be a way to like get more of an advantage out of it. Especially because this already costs 0. Like, it's interesting. This next card though, I made some 5 players cry today. Not like actually, but like, emotionally. But next up is Strategic Planning, another rare. It's a generic action for 1, blocks for 2, and it comes in all 3 colors. And it reads, put an action card with cost 2 or less from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's deck. At the beginning of the end phase, draw a card. So the red one is 2 or less, the yellow one is 1 or less, and the blue one is 0. Um, this card felt really good against Fi. I don't know if that's just going to be from a limited thing. This like probably doesn't make the cut outside of that, but the fact that the draw a card happens before you arsenal and before you draw up means that you get to, if you have one extra card in your hand, you can draw the card, look at it, and then choose if you want to arsenal something else, and then still draw up to hand size. And all 3 of these bottom Phoenix Flames to make the 5 players' life a lot
Oh,
harder.
there you go. There you go. I mean, yeah, that's
Yeah,
oh man, yeah. So
yeah.
it's like a little like sideboard tech. I don't know if it'll be good enough for
No.
constructed, but something worth
Especially
looking
with
at.
access to that one card that like searches for a Phoenix Flame. I think it's going to be like less impactful there. But it is something to consider. Like, it's also kind of like a remembrance style effect, because you can do it on yourself too, and then it also replaces itself and it has go again. So like it's not a terrible card, but yeah, I think it's like, for all intents and purposes, it's like just stale because it doesn't really do enough.
Yeah,
If it costs 0, then like maybe, but I don't know.
yeah.
Uh,
I'm right there with you on it. But next
yeah,
is Brothers in Arms. This card is limited focused. It does have a cool fact that it defends for 2, so it's like it costs 2 to attack for 6, 5, and 4. And it defends for 2, but if you defend with it, you may pay 1 to give it +2 defense. So that's like too much to just block for. And yeah, I mean that's like a rotten for constructed. Same with the next card too, Critical Strike, which is just generic, no text, 1 for 5, 4, and 3 with 3 defense. I guess fine, but you're not doing anything with that. Next one though, Scar for Scar's back. That's a sees play.
Yeah, I like Scar for Scar, but everybody already knows about Scar for Scar. It's not new to this set.
Yeah, performs at low fresh. The next one actually is interesting though. You want to talk about trade-in?
I do actually. So trade-in is another one of those cards that if you play it from your arsenal, it gains like an effect. But it is a generic attack action. The red attacks for 3, the yellow attacks for 2, the blue attacks for 1. They cost 0 and they block for 2. And when you attack with trade-in, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. And if you play this from arsenal, it gains go again. So it's not horrendous. I do like the ability to basically like replace a card in your hand and maybe filter it into something that might be better. The fact that you can give it go again to start your turn with it is not irrelevant. It does sort of fit into the same spot as a lot of those other cards, like Scour the Battlescape. Is that what that one card is? There's a bunch of them that have this sort of play it from arsenal, gains go again thing. I think this one is maybe the most like generically useful of them because of that card filtering thing. But it's like I would say like maybe mostly limited, but I could see I could see specific decks maybe wanting this type of effect.
Yeah, I think stale, but if you want certain things in your graveyard, I think trade-in is going to be something, because like chosen discard is very good in brute, and although this does not have 6 itself, it's worth considering. Something to keep an eye on. Healing Bomb, 0 cost, gain some life, not too good. Rotten for that one. Sigil Protection.
Sigil of Solace, but not an instant. So
yeah, Sigil of Solace, not an instant. Pretty rotten. Sure. Sigil of Protection costs 1. It's a generic action aura. It has ward 4, 3, and 2. And at the beginning of your action phase, destroy it. Geez, I just want to play it with Hexagore, but that's pretty much it. I think it's pretty rotten outside that. I guess like it's a okay thing to set up against Kano.
Yeah, I almost could make an argument for this like should have maybe cost 0, and that like might sound like I'm being too harsh on it, but the fact that ward triggers on the first instance of damage means that your opponent can just like, if you're like you're playing against a ninja and you want it to stop their big thing, this like doesn't help you because they like attack you with a Kodachi and the 1 damage gets prevented by your ward 4 that you paid a resource for, and then they just do the rest of their stuff. Like it's a little inflexible for it costing 1. I think it definitely could have cost 0 and been maybe still as bad.
Yeah, I could see it being sideboarded in, but outside that, pretty rotten. And then our final card of Uprising, Oasis for Spite. Would you like to talk about this one? I'll let you take this one.
Sure, man. So Oasis for Spite is a generic instant, comes in all 3 colors, costs 1, and it reads: prevent the next 4 damage that would be dealt to target hero this turn by a source of your choice. If they have less life than each other hero, they may gain 1 life. Honestly, I actually do kind of like this card. Obviously it's a little bit awkward because it does cost 1, but it technically blocks for 5. And it is any damage. And like you can it works on arcane damage, it works for physical. And if you're at a lower life total, then you do gain the life. So this is like a surprisingly flexible card. I played this a lot today, and it like felt good every time. I don't know necessarily about the yellow and the blue, but the red specifically feels like pretty solid. As like I don't want to be too sensationalist, but like maybe the next sink below, but like not actually because it does cost a resource. But I think it's like maybe close to that.
Like
I don't
high
know.
stale, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Like
Sideboard.
yeah, I mean, like defense reactions like Sink Below and Fate Foreseen are already sideboard cards anyway. There are matches where you don't want them. So like, yeah, I'd say this is like, definitely worse than those, but not that much worse. I think it's still fine.
Yeah.
Surprisingly fine.
Well, that was Uprising, my friend. We did it. That was a lot of
Oh
fun.
man,
To
a
cap
lot
it
of
off,
cards.
I think this set looks awesome. I'm so excited
Yeah.
to play these. Like, I'll probably play all 3 heroes at some point. Um, but yeah. Do you want to plug your things, my friend?
Yeah, absolutely. So once again, I am Bill from the Spike Feeders. Our main channel is more Magic the Gathering related. If you just search the Spike Feeders, it'll be our main account, which is Magic stuff. But we do have a spin-off channel, uh, which is the Spike Feeders Fab, Flesh and Blood. We do lots of content on there. We do sort of, not necessarily long form, but we do like discussion content and gameplay, like well edited gameplay, I want to say. We do stuff like that. You can find me on Twitter at BillTSF. I also do, as we mentioned earlier, I have a podcast of my own, the Living Legends podcast. And you can find that on YouTube, on basically anywhere that you can find podcasts. We're on Anchor FM, Apple and Google Podcasts. I don't do the actual uploading of it, but we're basically everywhere. So, um, but also, thanks, Tommy, for
Oh, yeah.
having me on again.
Thank you. I mean, it's these episodes are long, right? They're a long haul, but doing it with someone like you, Bill, is makes it so easy because like I think we're buds, so like it's just
Oh
the
yeah,
easiest
man.
thing ever, and I truly mean it. Everybody listening, if you've made it this far, check out everything that Bill's doing. Bill's the man. I love having him on. And
I love being here,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
Good stuff.
but I always end the show with some food, but I didn't really think about any food. But I'm going to eat some after this, and just tell me what's the last thing you ate, just so we check off that box.
Oh man, the last thing that I ate was first of all, I'm pretty sure like 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
Which actually, now that I say that, is not that long. Actually, it may have been before I went to the pre-release. Yeah, because I got home from the pre-release and then had to find my webcam just to get the setup. So I didn't end up grabbing anything to eat. But at around noon, so that was like 8 hours ago, I had a croissant
Ooh,
which like not from Burger King or anything. I just called them that. I had a croissant with some like deli turkey, some little bit of mustard, and some Gouda, some smoked Gouda, and yeah, it was just a good time.
sounds
I'll probably
amazing. I'm gonna
make another
figure
one
out
of
what
those.
I'm gonna eat. You should eat too. It's been a long haul for
Yeah.
us. I haven't eaten since like noon as well. That's like 11 hours ago for me. So, but no, this is awesome. Everybody, please check out Bill, and hope you guys enjoyed. And this will be up on audio. Hopefully, I'll get the video version up at the same time because we do audio or video stuff for this one. And everybody, please have a great week and a great release whenever it releases in your country because that's up in the air right now. But goodbye, everyone.